Okay. All right. There we go. Okay. Now can you guys hear me? I don't know what happened. Something switched. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. I have no idea. Everything was working fine earlier, and then all of a sudden, somehow, the auxiliary part got turned off. I have no idea how. All right. Sorry about that. I was hoping we were going to be able to run off without a hitch. Okay. So let me. What the? Get out of there. What are you doing? So when I speak, I want to make sure it looks like it is on my end. When I talk, the crackling fire goes down, right? I'm not sure how much of a delay we might. Okay. All right. So as long as the fire goes down. Okay. Okay. Well, hi, everybody. Sorry about that again. It's one of those weird things. Usually we try and get it going right off the bat. So, Direct C, Debbie Webb, Mel, Star. Yeah. Thank you all for being here. D. Robertson. Hey. So, happy Halloween, everybody. It's our spooky time of year. We're just going to kind of sit back and relax. You guys play with yourselves or amongst yourselves, however, whatever you want to do. And then I'm just going to read. So I'm probably not really going to be, while reading, paying a whole lot of attention to chat. If you want, in your upper corners, I know that that live interaction, that heart thing, is annoying to people, but I left it on because it does give an interaction. So you can always turn it off if you want with the three dots in that upper corner. And then you can always turn it back on. So we'll go through and we'll read a story. One of those stories was one that we had started recording a while ago during one of our live recording sessions, reading sessions. And we just never got around to finishing it. And I kind of forgot where we are, and I didn't feel like pulling up where the recording was. So we'll go ahead and just start that one from the beginning. And then later on, I'll just go back and do some recordings and release these probably just on their own outside of what we have for our live. So I think that is pretty much the game plan right now. So I think we'll just get into this. This is a story that I had heard about. It's actually an old Russian tale. And we'll just start off with this one. It's not that long. So, and then we'll go into a couple of others. So, I hope you have all of your snacks and your drinks. Welcome. Warm yourself by the fire. Have a seat or snuggle up in your favorite spot. And let me tell you a story. A soldier served God and the great Tsar for 25 years. He earned 3 dry biscuits and set off to walk his way home. He kissed his companions with whom he had served so long and boasted of the feasting there would be in the village when he should come home with all his wars behind him. Singing at the top of his voice, he was to set off. But as soon as he was alone on the high road, walking through the forest, he began to think things over. And he thought to himself, all these years I have served the Tsar and had good clothes to my back and my belly full of victuals. And now I am to likely be both hungry and cold. Already I've nothing but these 3 dry biscuits. Just then he met an old beggar who stood in the road and crossed himself and asked alms for the love of God. The soldier had not a copper piece in the world, so he gave the beggar one of his 3 dry biscuits. He had not gone very far along the road when he met a second beggar, who leaned on a stick and recited holy words and begged alms for the love of God. The soldier gave him the second of his 3 dry biscuits. And then, at a bend in the road, he met a third old beggar, with long white hair, and a beard, and loathsome rags, who stood shaking by the roadside, and he begged alms for the love of God. If I give him my last dry biscuit, I shall have nothing left for myself, thought the soldier. He gave the old beggar half of the 3rd dry biscuit. Then the thought came into his head that perhaps this old beggar would meet the other 2, who would then learn that they had been given whole biscuits while he had only been given a half. He will be hurt and affronted, thought the soldier, and his blessing will be of no avail. So he gave the old beggar the other half of the 3rd of his 3 dry biscuits. I shall get along somehow, thought the soldier, and was for making forward on his way. But the old beggar put out his hand and stopped him. Brother, says the old beggar, are you in want of anything? Oh, God bless you, said the soldier, looking at the beggar's rags. I want nothing from you. You're a poor man yourself. Never mind my poverty, says the old beggar. Just tell me what you would like to have, and I am well able to reward you for your kind heart. I don't want anything, said the soldier, but if you do happen to have such a thing as a pack of cards about you, I'd keep them in memory of you, and they'd be a pleasure to me on the long road. The old beggar thrust his hand into his bosom amongst his rags, and pulled out a pack of cards. Take these, says he, and when you play with them, you'll always be a winner, whoever you may be playing against. And here's a flour sack for you as well. If you meet anything and want to catch it, just open the sack and tell beasts or bird or whatever else to get into it, and they will do just that, and you can close the sack and do with them as you will. No, thank you kindly, said the soldier, who then throws a sack over his shoulder, puts the pack of cards in his pocket, and trudges off along the high road, singing an old song. He went on until he came to a lake, where he drank a little water to ease his thirst and smoked a pipe to put off his hunger, resting by the shore of the lake. And there on the lake, he saw 3 wild geese swimming far away. Now if I could catch them, thought the soldier, and he remembered the sack that the old beggar had given him. He opened the sack and shouted at the top of his voice, "Hey, you there, wild geese, come into my sack." And the 3 wild geese splashed up out of the water and flew to the bank and crowded into the sack, one after the other. The soldier tied up the mouth of the sack, flung it over his shoulder, and went on his way. He came to a town and looked for a tavern, and chose the best that he could see, and went in there and asked for the landlord. See here, says he. Here are 3 wild geese. I want one of them roasted for my dinner. Another, I'll give you in exchange for a bottle of vodka. And the third, you shall have to pay for your troubles. The landlord agreed, as well as he might, and presently the soldier was seated at a good table near a window with a whole bottle of the best vodka and a fine roast goose, fresh from the kitchen. When he had made an end of the goose, the soldier laid down his knife and fork, tipped the last drop of the vodka down his throat, and set the bottle upside down upon the table. Then he lit his pipe, sat back on the bench, and took a look out of the window to see what was going on in the town. There, on the other side of the road, was a fine palace, well carved and painted. A year's work had gone to the carving of every doorstep and window frame. But in all the palace, there was not one whole pane of glass. "Landlord," says the soldier, "tell me, what is the meaning of this? Why is a fine palace like this standing empty with broken windows?" "It's a good enough palace," says the landlord. "The Tsar built the palace for himself, but there's no living in it, because of the devils." "Devils?" says the soldier. "Aye, devils," says the landlord. "Every night they crowd into the palace, and what with their shouting and yelling and screaming and playing of cards and all their other devilries that come into their heads, there's no living in the palace for decent folk." "And does nobody clear them out?" asked the soldier. "Easier said than done," said the landlord. Well, with that the soldier wished good health to the landlord and set off to see the Tsar. He came walking into the Tsar's house and gave him a salute. "Your Majesty," he says, "will you give me leave to spend one night in your empty palace?" "Oh, God bless you," said the Tsar, "but you don't know what you're asking. Many a foolhardy folk have tried to spend a night in the palace. They went in, merry and boasting, but not one of them came walking out alive in the morning." "What of that?" said the soldier. "Water won't drown a Russian soldier, and fires won't burn him. I have served God and the Tsar for 25 years, and I am not dead. A single night in that palace won't be the end of me. Oh, but I tell you, a man walks in there alive in the evening, and in the morning, the servants have to search the floor for the little bits of his bones." "Nonetheless," said the soldier, "if your Majesty will give me leave." "Very well. Get along with you, and God be with you," says the Tsar. "Spend the night there, if you set your heart on it." So the soldier came to the palace and stepped in, singing through the empty rooms. He made himself comfortable in the biggest room of all, laid his knapsack in a corner, and hung his sword on a nail. He sat down at the table, took out his bag of tobacco, filled his little pipe, and sat there, smoking, ready for what might come. 12 o'clock sharp, and there was a yelling, a shouting, a blowing of horns, a scraping of fiddles, and every other kind of instrument, a noise of dancing, of running, of stamping, and the palace crammed full of devils making themselves at home as if the place belonged to them. "And you, soldier," cried the devils, "what are you sitting here so glum for, smoking your pipe? There's smoke enough where we have been. Put your pipe in your pocket and play a round of cards with us." "Right you are," says the soldier, "if you'll play with my cards." "Deal them out," shouted the devil. And the soldier put his pipe in his pocket and dealt out the cards, while the devils crowded around the table, fighting for room on the benches. They played a game, and the soldier won. They played another, and he won again. The devils were cunning, though, God knows, but not all their cunning could win a single game for them. The soldier was raking in the money all the time, and soon enough the devils had not a penny piece between them, and the soldier was for putting up his cards and lighting his pipe. Content he was, and well he might be, with his pockets bulging with money. "Stop a minute, soldier," said the devils. "We've still got 60 bushels of silver and 40 of gold. We'll play them for you, and you'll give us time to send for them." "Well, let's see the silver," says the soldier, and he put the cards in his pocket. Well, they sent a little devil to fetch the silver. 60 times he ran out of the room, and 60 times he came staggering back with a bushel of silver on his shoulders. The soldier pulled out his cards, and they played on, but it was all the same. The devils cheated in every kind of way, but could not win a game. "Go and fetch the gold," says the oldest devil. "Aye, grandfather," said the little devil, and he went scuttling out of the room. 40 times he ran out, and 40 times he came staggering back with a bushel of gold between his shoulders. They played on. The soldier won every game and all the gold, and asked if they had any more money to lose. Put his cards in his pocket and lit his pipe. The devils looked at all the money they had lost. It seemed a pity to lose all that gold and silver. "Tear him to pieces, brothers," they cried. "Tear him to pieces, eat him, and have done with it." The soldier tapped his little pipe on the table. "First, make sure," says he, "who eats whom." And with that, he whipped out his sack, and says he to the devils, who were all gnashing their teeth and making ready to fall on him, "What do you call this?" "It is a sack," said the devils. "It is," says the soldiers. "Well then, by the word of God, get into it." And the next minute all those devils were tumbling over each other and getting into the sack, squeezing in one on top of another until the last one had got inside. And the soldier tied up the sack with a good double knot, hung it on a nail, and lay down to sleep. In the morning, the Tsar sent his servants. "Go," says the Tsar, "and see what has happened to the soldier who spent the night in the empty palace. If the unclean spirits have made an end of him, then you must sweep up his bones and make it all clean." The servants came, all ready to lament for the brave soldier, who would have been done to death by the unclean. And there was the soldier, walking cheerfully from one room to another, smoking his little pipe. "Well done, soldier. We have never thought to see you alive. And how did you spend the night? How did you manage against the devils?" "Devils," says a soldier. "I wish all men have played cards against I wish all men I have played cards against had their debts paid so honestly. Have a look at the silver and gold I won from them. Look at the heaps of money lying on the floor." The servants looked at the silver and gold and touched it to see if it was real, but there was no doubt about it. I wish I had more in my pocket of the same sort. "Now, brother," said the soldier, "off with you as quick as you can. Go and fetch 2 blacksmiths and bring them here on the run. and let them bring with them an iron anvil and 2 of the heaviest hammers in the forge. The servants asked no questions, but hurried to the smithy, and the 2 blacksmiths came running with an anvil and hammers. Giants they were, the strongest men in all the town. "Now," says the soldier, "take the sack from the nail and lay it on the anvil, and let me see how the blacksmiths of this town can set about their work." The blacksmiths took the sack from the nail. "Devil take it, what a weight," they said to each other. And little voices screamed out of the sack, "We are good folk. We are your own people." "Are you?" said the blacksmith, and they laid the sack on the anvil and swung the great hammers up and down, as if they were beating out a lump of iron. The devils fared badly in there, and worse and worse. The hammers came down as if they were going through the devils, anvil, earth, and all. It was more than even devils could bear. "Have mercy," they screamed. "Have mercy, soldier. Let us out again into the world, and we'll never forget you. A world without end. And as for this palace, no devil shall pull the nail of a toe of his foot into it. We'll tell them all. Not one shall come within 100 miles. The soldier let the blacksmiths give a few more blows, just for good measure. Then he stopped them and untied the mouth of the sack. The moment he opened it, the devils shot out and fled away to hell without looking right or to their left in their hurry. But the soldier was no fool, and he grabbed one of the devils by the leg. And the devil hung gibbering, trying to get away. The soldier cut the devil's hairy wrist to the bone so that the blood flowed. Then he took a pin, dipped it in the blood, and gave it to the devil. But he never let go of his leg. "Right," says he, "that you will be my faithful servant." The old devil screamed and wriggled, but the soldier gripped him tight. There was nothing to be done. He wrote and signed in his own blood a promise to serve the soldier faithfully, wherever and whenever there should be a need. Then the soldier let him go, and he went hopping and screaming after the others, and had disappeared in but a moment. And so the devils went rushing down to hell, aching in every bone of their hairy bodies. And they called all the other unclean spirits, old and young, big and small, and told what had happened to them. And they set sentinels all around hell, and guards at every gate, and ordered them to watch well, and whatever they did, not on any account to let in the soldier with the flour sack. The soldier went to the Tsar and told him how he had dealt with the devils, and how henceforth no devil would set foot within 100 miles of the palace. If that is so," says the Tsar, "we'll move in at once, and go and live there, and you shall live with me, and be honored as my own brother." And with that, there was a great to-do in shifting the bedding and tables and benches and all else from the old palace to the new. And the soldier set up house with the Tsar, living with him as his own brother, and wearing fine clothes with gold embroidery, and eating the same food as the Tsar, and as much of it as he liked. Money to spend he had, for he had won from the devils enough to last even a spending man 1,000 years. And he had nothing to spend it on. Hens don't eat gold. No more do mice. And there the money lay in a corner till the soldier was tired of looking at it. So the soldier thought he would marry, and he took a wife, and in a year's time God gave him a son, and he had nothing more to wish for except to see his son grow up and turn into a general. But it so happened that the little boy fell ill. And what was the matter with him? No one knew. He grew worse and worse from day to day, and the Tsar sent for every doctor in the country, but not one of them did him a halfpenny worth of good. The doctors grew richer, and the boy grew no better, but only worse, as often is the way. The soldier had almost given up hope of saving his son, when he remembered the old devil, who had signed a promise written in his own blood to serve the soldier faithfully wherever and whenever there should be a need. He remembered this and said to himself, "Where the devil has my old devil hidden himself all this time?" And he had scarcely said this when suddenly there was the little old devil standing in front of him, dressed like a peasant in a little shirt and breeches, trembling with fright and asking, "How may I serve your excellency?" "See here," said the soldier, "my son is ill. Do you happen to know how to cure him?" The little old devil took a glass from his pocket and filled it with cold water and set it on the sick child's forehead. "Come here, your excellency," says he, "and look into the glass of water." The soldier came and looked into the glass. "And what does your excellency see?" asked the old devil, who was so much afraid of the soldier that he trembled and could hardly speak. "I see death, like a little old woman, standing at my son's feet." "Be easy," says the old devil, "for if death is standing at your son's feet, he will be well again. But if death was standing at his head, then nothing could save him." And with that, the little old devil lifted the glass and splashed the cold water over the sick child. And the next minute, there was the little boy, crawling about and laughing and crowing as if he had never been sick in his life. "Give me that glass," says the soldier, "and we'll call it quits." The little old devil gave him the glass, and the soldier gave back the promise which the devil had signed in his own blood. As soon as the little old devil had that promise in his hand, he gave one look at the soldier and fled away as if the blacksmiths had only that last minute stopped beating him on the anvil. And the soldier, after that, set up as a wise man and put all the other doctors out of business, curing the boyars and the generals. He would just look into his glass, and if death stood at a sick man's feet, he threw the water over him and cured him. If death stood at the sick man's head, he said, "It is all up with you," and the sick man died as sure as fate. All went well until the Tsar himself fell ill and sent for the soldier to cure him. The soldier went in, and the Tsar greeted him as his own brother and prayed him to be quick, as he felt the sickness growing upon him as he lay. The soldier poured cold water into the glass and set it on the Tsar's forehead, and looked again, and saw death standing at the Tsar's head. "Oh, my dear Tsar," says the soldier, "it is all up with you. Death is waiting by your head, and you have but a few minutes left to live." "What?" cries the Tsar. "You cure my boyars and generals, and you will not cure me, who is the Tsar, and I have treated you as my own brother. If I've only a few moments to live, I've time enough to give orders for you to be beheaded." The soldier thought and thought quickly, and he begged Death. "Oh, Death," says he, give my life to the Tsar and kill me instead. Better to die so than to end up being shamefully beheaded. He looked once more into the glass and saw that the little old woman Death had shifted from the Tsar's head and was now standing at his feet. He picked up the glass and splashed the water over the Tsar. And there was the Tsar, as well and healthy as ever he had been. "Oh, you are my own true brother after all," said the Tsar. "Let us go and feast together." But the soldier shook in all his limbs and could hardly stand. And he knew that his time was come. He prayed Death, "O Death, give me just one more hour to say goodbye to my wife and my little son." "Hurry up," says Death. And the soldier hurried to his room in the palace, said goodbye to his wife, and told his son to grow up and be a general. He then lay down on his bed and grew iller, or grew more ill every minute. He looked, and there was Death, a little old woman, standing by his bedside. "Well, soldier," says Death, "you have only 2 minutes left to live." The soldier groaned, and turning in bed, pulled the flour sack from under his pillow and opened it. "Do you know what this is?" says he to Death. A sack," says Death. "Well, if it is a sack, get into it," says the soldier. Death was into the sack in a moment, and the soldier leapt from his bed well and strong, and tied up the sack with 2 double knots, flung it over his shoulder, and set out for the deepest forest of Brian, which is the thickest in all the world. He came to the forest and made his way into the middle of it, hung the sack from the topmost branch of a high poplar tree, and left it there, and came home singing songs at the top of his voice, and full of all kinds of merriment. From that time on, there was no dying in the world. There were births every day, and plenty of them, but nobody died. It was a poor time for doctors, and so it was for many years. Death had come to an end, and it was as if all men would live forever. And all the time the little old woman, Death, tied up in a sack, unable to get about her business, was hanging from the top of a tall poplar tree, somewhere in Brian Forest. Excuse me. And then one day, the soldier, who was walking out to take the air, he met an ancient old crone, so old, so ancient, that she was likely to fall whichever the way the wind blew her. She tottered along, blown this way and that, like a blade of withered grass. "What an old hag," said the soldier to himself. "It was time for her to die many years ago." "Yes," said the old crone with her Yes, said the old crone with her toothless gums mumbling and grumbling over her words. "Long ago, it was time for me to die. When you shut Death up in the sack, I had only an hour left to live. I had done with the world, and the world had done with me. And I would have been glad to be at peace. Long ago, my place in heaven was made ready, and it is empty to this day, for I cannot die. You, soldier, have sinned before God and before man. You have sinned a sin that God will not forgive. I am not the only soul in the world who is tortured as I am. Mine is not the only place that is growing dusty in heaven. Hundreds and thousands of us who should have died continue to drag on in misery about the world. And but for you, we would now be resting in peace." The soldier began to think, and he thought of all the other old men and women he had kept from the rest that God had made ready for them. "There is no doubt about it," thinks he. "I had better let death loose again, no matter if I am the first whom she makes an end of. I have sinned many sins, not counting this one. I'd better go to the other world now and bear my punishment while I am strong, for when I'm very old, it will come worse to me than to be tortured. Oh, it will come worse to me to be tortured." So he set off to the forest of Brian, which is the thickest in all the world. He found the poplar tree and saw the sack hanging from the topmost branches, swinging this way and that as the wind blew. "Well, Death, are you alive up there?" the soldier shouted against the wind, and a little voice, hardly to be heard, answered from the sack, "Alive, little father." So the soldier climbed up the tree, took down the sack, and carried it home under his shoulder. He said goodbye to his wife and his son, who was now a fine young lad. Then he went into his own room, opened the bag, lay down upon the bed, and begged Death to make an end of him. And Death, in the form of a little old woman, crept trembling out of the sack, looking this way and that. She was very much afraid. And as soon as she saw the soldier, she bolted through the door and ran away as fast as her little old legs would carry her. "The devils can make an end of you if they like," she shrieked, "but you don't catch me, and I'm not going to take a hand in it." The soldier sat up in bed and knew that he was alive and well, troubled as he was as to what to do next. He thought to himself, "I'd better get straight along to hell and let the devils throw me into the boiling pit and stew me until all my sins are stewed out of me." So he said goodbye to everyone, took his sack in his hands, and set off to hell by the best road he could. Well, he walked on and on, over hill and valley, and through the deepest forests, until he came at long last to the kingdom of the unclean. There were the walls of hell and the gates of hell, and as he looked, he saw that sentinels were standing at every gate. As soon as he came near a gate, the devil, doing sentry, called out, "Who goes there?" "A sinful soul come to you to be stewed in the boiling pitch." "And what is that you've got in your hand?" "A sack." And the devil yelled out at the top of his voice and gave the alarm. From all sides the unclean rushed up and began closing every gate and window in hell with strong bolts and bars. The soldier walked around hell outside the walls, unable to get in. He cried out to the prince of hell, "Let me into hell! I beg you, I've come to you to be tormented, because I have sinned before God and before man." "No," shouted the prince of hell. "I won't. Oh, sorry, I bumped you. I won't let you in. Go away. Go away, I tell you. Go away anywhere you like. There's no place for you here." The soldier was more troubled than ever. "Well," says he, "if you won't let me in, you won't let me in. I'll go away if you will give me 200 sinful souls. I will take them to God, and perhaps when he sees them, he will forgive me and let me into heaven." I'll throw in another 50, said the Prince of Hell, if only you'll get away from here. And he told the lesser devils to count out 250 sinful souls and to let them out quickly at one of the back doors of hell, while he held the soldier in talk so that the soldier should not slip in while the sinful souls were going out. It was done, and the soldier set off for heaven with 250 sinful souls behind him, marching in a column of route, as the soldier made them for the sake of order and decency. Well, they marched on, and in the end, they came to heaven and stopped before the very gates of paradise. And the holy apostles, standing in the gateway of paradise, said, "Who are you?" "I am the soldier who hung death in a sack, and I have brought 250 souls from hell in hopes that God will pardon my sins and let me into paradise." The apostle went to the Lord and told him that the soldier had come and had brought with him 250 sinful souls. And God said, "Let the sinful souls in, but do not let in the soldier." The apostles went back to the gateway and opened the gates and told the souls they may come in. But when the soldier tried to march in at the end of his company, they stopped him and said, "No, soldier, there is no place for you here." So the soldier took one of the sinful souls aside and gave that soul his sack and told him, "As soon as you are through the gates of paradise, open the sack and shout out into the sack, 'Soldier!' You will do this because I brought you here from hell." And the sinful soul promised to do this for the soldier. But when that sinful soul went through the gates into paradise, for the very joy of it, he forgot about the soldier and threw away the sack somewhere in paradise, where it may be laying to this day. And so the soldier, after waiting a long time, went slowly back to earth. Death would not take him. There was no place for him in paradise, no place for him in hell. For all I know, he may be living yet today. The end. Well, that was an interesting story. Shizzy, what's going on, man? Thanks for being here. And everybody else, Heidi, Gigi. Cool. Yeah, that was, T for Two. Thanks for being here, too. Yeah, that was an interesting story. That's an old Russian tale, apparently. I just ended up coming across it. I had never heard it before. So I thought that would be kind of interesting. Kind of Halloween-y themed, you know, devil's hell, heaven, blah, blah, blah. All right. So, what? Oh. Wait a minute. I have a... no. Okay. Yeah, say that one. All right. So this one... And I figure we could probably save that other one because it's a little bit longer. So for those of you that want to end up laying in bed and snuggling up or whatever, and you can get comfy and fall asleep while we're reading it because it's going to be a while. I can't remember how many pages. It's like it's not a huge long story, but I think it's like 100 and some pages. So it may be a while. All right. Well, let's do this. We will. How long have we been doing this? All right, so it's been just about an hour. Yeah, almost. All right. Well, if you want to do a break or anything, go ahead and you can run off. Or if you need to get something else to drink, take a break. And we'll take a couple minutes here and see what's going on. Everybody, anything interesting for Halloween? Rossman Ranch. You were captivated the whole time, huh? My work is complete. Did you dress up Dominic? He is so funny. I can't wait to see him and his. They're all so funny. It's funny how they react to you, especially Dominic. Get him all dressed up. I can't wait to see, because you said you're getting him a new Christmas outfit, right? Like a new Santa Claus outfit or something. So that'll be funny. He is a funny little dude. That's for sure. Schooner, ball storm. Well, I feel very privileged. Wow. He came to listen to my stories. The other half of my mischief maker. Schooner. Yeah. So I figured we'd just take a couple minutes, kind of BS around a little bit. Let anybody get anything they need to snack on or drink or go to the bathroom. I'm doing okay thus far. After this, I might end up taking a little bit of a break, but I am going to mute here for just a minute. Now, it all depends on how we go with this when we get done with these stories here. Depending on how I'm feeling or how you guys are feeling, if you want. We can throw it out there and get some ideas. Maybe some other short stories you'd like to hear. Probably do that. I know Poe is a big favorite. But I don't know about doing some of the longer ones, depending on how we go. So, we'll see. We can see. No, Dominic is safe from Halloween. But Santa's coming. Yeah. He's so funny. Well, thank you. I'm glad you guys like that story. Yeah, that was interesting. That was definitely an interesting story. Because usually I don't, like I said, for the vast majority of the time, about the only one that I had done anything previous to was really The Telltale Heart. I had originally read that over a couple times because that guy's such a psychopath. I was wanting to really get the feel down for him. But outside of that, yeah, most of the time they're just cold reads. I'll usually go through and read like the first paragraph or so and then kind of the end to get an idea. But outside of that, most of the stories that I read, I really don't have much of an idea about. Unless they're like the old, typical children's stories like Brothers Grimm or whatever. But we do the reality of the Brothers Grimm. We don't do the Disney version, so they're usually a little darker. You're always in the barn, of course. At this point, I don't even think you have to clarify that. We just automatically assume you're out in the barn playing with your ass again. stories of other cultures and countries is very interesting. Yeah, it definitely is. Now, in this one, it was a little weird because on the fly, I had to throw in some other stuff because I've noticed that in some of the translations, it doesn't always carry over. And Project Gutenberg does a really good job of bringing a lot of old stories that, I mean, some of these stories go back centuries. I've seen some that have changed in some form, but apparently seem to originate around the 13th, 14th centuries, and then just getting wrote down in different ways. But sometimes the translations kind of get jacked up a little bit, or they're missing the punctuation or something like that. So on this one that we just did, this Russian epic one, I kind of had to, on the fly, throw in some things that were missing, or as I'm trying to read it ahead as I'm telling it to you, which is weird, trying to substitute some stuff. So, yeah, but they are interesting, that's for sure, especially when you stop and think about that. Somebody made a comment earlier. I was listening to a live reading earlier and then looking at the chat every once in a while. And there was somebody from on the other side of the pond that made a very valid point. And it was something to the effect of Americans make a big deal about time, to whereas like Britons, for instance, 100 years is nothing. But because of the vastness of the U.S., we think of 100 miles as being nothing. But to Britons, that's like, oh my God, 100 miles. It was just interesting how they put that together. It's like, that's true. Because you don't really think about it until you look at some of these stories or where it's coming from. And, oh yeah, some of those castles built in the 12th century or 11th century or what have you. And it's like, your brain has trouble because we think, the Revolutionary War, the Civil War was forever ago. And it really wasn't in comparison. Yeah, the original Brothers Grimm is the best. It's a lot darker, but it's like, what is it? Red Riding Hood. Red Riding Hood has three, depending. It has like three different endings, basically. Because it was rewritten over and over. And I think there's a couple others that are like that too. Well, thanks, Mel. Yeah, I try to. Sometimes, yeah, especially when you're doing lives, It's a little bit different. Sometimes I'll catch it if I'm just doing like for a release and just doing my regular recording stuff. And I've done a couple of those, and it gives some people an idea behind the scenes, but I think it gets boring for people because I have to stop and go back through, I have to cut a part out, reread it, or find other words that are more relatable to today. Because sometimes in those stories, the words that they used at the time just aren't words that we're used to seeing or using anymore. And so they don't make sense. And then I've noticed that sometimes people will get caught up on that word and they lose the rest of the story because they end up focusing on, well, what does that word mean? How do you actually pronounce it or whatever? So I try and go through and switch them out with more recent terminology that might be more applicable or that people would understand. But yeah, when you're doing it live like this on the fly. Traveling Fools, what's up? Hey, man. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah. So. All right. So, if you guys are ready, David Nelson, what's going on? Thanks for being here. And for anybody else out there that's just lurking and listening, thank you for being here too. It definitely wouldn't be where I don't care how many people are in here. it wouldn't be worth it if it was just me, because then I'm just an idiot telling stories to myself again. And that happens all too often as it is. Defo for definitely in my... Yeah, right, Rosa. Old Norse stories, too. Yeah, and I'm trying to, and I'm horrible. I can't keep track of stories that I read. They just bounce around my grape, and then they shoot out the other side after a while. Well, a couple of them I remember, but I don't think that I don't think I've done any Norse ones, which could be interesting and something that we could definitely get around to. That's one thing about doing that, whether it's ghost stories or stories of that nature, unsolved history, if you will, mysteries. Excuse me. There's definitely no shortage of them. A lot of those stories go way back. Oh. All right. So here is another story that we'll get into here. It's called A Fight with a Ghost. And I don't have... It says QED, and I haven't looked that up to see who that's supposed to be, but that's all I have to go on that. So, here we go. No, I never believed much in ghosts, said the doctor. But I was always rather afraid of them. Have you ever seen one? Asked one of the other men. The doctor took his pipe out of his mouth and contemplated the ash for a moment or two before replying. I've had some rather startling experiences, he said after a pause, during which the rest of us exchanged glances. For the doctor had seen many things, and is not adverse to talking about them in congenial company. Would you care to hear of one of them? It gives me the cold shivers now to speak of it. We nodded, and the doctor, taking a sip as an antidote to the shivers, began. Do you remember George Carson, who played for the varsity some years ago? Big chap with a light mustache? Well, I saw a good deal of him before he married, while he was reading for the bar in town. It was just after he became engaged to Miss Stoner, who is now Mrs. Carson, that he asked me to go down to a place which his people had taken in the country. Miss Stoner then was there, and he wanted me to meet her. I could not go down before Christmas Day, as I promised to be with my people, but as I had been working a bit too hard and wanted a few days' rest, I decided to run down for a few days about the New Year. Woodcote was a pleasant enough place to look at. There were 2 packs of hounds within easy distance, and it was not far enough from a station to cut you off completely from the morning paper. The Carsons had been lucky, I thought, in coming across such a good house at such a moderate figure. For as George told me, the owner had been obliged to go abroad for his health, and was anxious not to leave the place empty all that winter. It was an old house, with big gables and preposterous corners all over the place, and you couldn't walk 10 paces along any of the passages without tumbling up or down some stairs. It had been patched from time to time, and, among other improvements, a big billiard room had been built out on the back. A country house in the winter without a billiard room when the frost stops hunting, is just, well, not even a gilded prison. The party was a small one. Besides George and his father and mother, there were only a couple of Carson girls who, being somewhere in the early teens, did not count, and Miss Stoner, of course, counted for a good deal, and lastly, myself. Miss Stoner ought to have been happy, for George Carson, besides being an excellent fellow all around, was by no means a bad match, being an only son with considerable expectations. But somehow or other, she did not strike me as looking either very well or very happy. She gave me the impression of having something on her mind which made her alternately nervous and listless. George, I fancied, had noticed it and was puzzled by it, for I caught him several times watching her with an anxious and inquiring look. But as I was not there as a doctor, of course, it was no business of mine, though I discovered the reason before I left Woodcote. The second night after my arrival, we had been playing, I remember, a family game of pool. The rest had gone upstairs to bed. George and I adjourned to a study of sorts, which he had arranged upstairs for a final smoke and a chat before turning in. The study was next to his room and parted off from it by curtains. As we were settling down, I had misplaced my pipe and remembered that I had laid it down in the billiard room. On principle, I never smoked another man's pipe. So I lit a candle, the house being in darkness, and started away in search of my own. The house looked awfully weird by the flickering light of a solitary candle, and the stairs creaked in a particularly gruesome way behind me. Just for all the world, just for all the world, as though someone were following at my heels. I found my pipe where I had expected it in the billiard room, and came back in, perhaps in a little more of a hurry than was absolutely necessary, which perhaps explains why I stumbled in the uncertain light over a couple of unforeseen stairs and dropped my candle. Of course it went out, but after a little groping I found it. Having no matches with me, I was obliged to feel my way along the banisters, for it was so dark that I could not see my hand in front of me. And as I slowly advanced, sliding my hand along the broad balustrade at my side, it suddenly slid over something cold and clammy, which was not the balustrade at all. For stopping dead and closing my fingers around it for an instant, I felt that I was holding another hand, a skinny, bony hand which writhed itself slowly from my grasp. And though I could not hear or see anything, I was yet conscious that something was brushing past me, going up the stairs. "Oh, what is that? Who are you?" I called. There was no answer. I admit that I was in a general funk, and I must have shown it in my face. "What's the matter?" asked George, as I blundered into his study. "Oh, nothing," I answered. "I dropped my candle and lost my way." "But who were you talking to?" "I was only swearing at the candle," I replied. "Oh, I thought perhaps you had seen, well, somebody," replied George. Somehow I did not like to tell him the truth, for fear that he would laugh at my nervousness. But I determined to keep an eye on my liver and take a couple of weeks' complete rest. That night I woke up several times with the feeling of that confounded hand under my own, a clammy hand which writhed as my fingers closed upon it. The next morning after breakfast, I was in the billiard room practicing strokes, while Carson was over on the tables. Presently, the door opened, and Miss Stoner looked in. "Come in," I said. "George will be back from the stables in a few minutes. Meanwhile, we can have a 50 up. Okay, somebody who plays pool might know what that is. That's what it says. Meanwhile, we can have a 50 up. Okay. "I wanted to speak to you," she said. She was looking very tired and ill, and I began to think I should have that I should not have an uninterrupted holiday after all. Do you believe in ghosts?" she asked, having closed the door and come up to the table where she stood leaning with both her hands upon it. "No," I replied, missing an easy caroom as I remembered my experience of last night. "But I believe in fancy." "And supposing, then, that a person fancied he saw things, is there any remedy?" "What do you mean, Miss Stoner?" I replied, looking at her in some surprise. "Do you mean that you fancy—" I stopped, for Miss Stoner turned away, sat down on one of the easy chairs by the wall, and burst into tears. "Oh, please help me," she stopped. I believe I'm going mad." I laid down my cue and went over to her. "Look here, Miss Stoner," I said, taking her hand, which was hot and feverish. "I am a doctor and a friend of George. Now, tell me all about it, and I will do my best to set it right." She was in a more or less hysterical condition, and her words were freely punctuated by sobs. But gradually, I managed to elicit from her that nearly every night since she had come to Woodcote, she had been awakened in some mysterious way, and had seen a horrible face looking at her over the top of a screen which stood by the door of her bedroom. As she moved, the face disappeared, which convinced her that the apparition existed only in her imagination. That seemed to distress her even more than if she had believed it to be a genuine ghost, for she thought her brain was giving way. I told her that she was only suffering from a very common symptom of unnervous disorder, which indeed it was, and promised to send a groom into the village to get a prescription made up for her. And having made me promise to breathe no word to anyone on the subject, more especially to George, she went away relieved. Nevertheless, I was not quite certain that I had made a correct diagnosis of the case. You see, I had been rather upset myself not very many hours before. George was longer than I expected at the stable, and I was just going to find him when at the door I met Mrs. Carson. "Can you spare me one moment?" she said, as I held open the door for her. "I wanted to find you alone." "Well, certainly, Miss Carson, with pleasure. An hour, if you wish," I replied. "It is so convenient, to have a doctor in the house," she said with a nervous laugh. "Now, I want you to prescribe me a sleeping draught. My nerves are rather out of order, and I don't sleep as I should." I said. "Do you see faces? And such like the things when you wake?" "Well, how did you know?" she asked quickly. "Oh, I inferred from the other symptoms. We doctors have to observe all kinds of little things." "Well, of course I know it is only fancy, but it is just as bad as if it were real, I assure you, and it's making me quite ill, and I didn't like to mention it to Mr. Carson or to George. They will think I was losing my head." So, I gave Mrs. Carson the same prescription as I had written for Miss Stoner, though by that time the conviction had grown upon me that there was something wrong, which could not be cured by medicine. However, I decided not to say anything to George about the matter at present, for I could hardly utilize the confidence which had been placed in me by Miss Stoner and Mrs. Carson. And my own experience of the night before would scarcely have appeared to convince him. But I determined that on the next day, which was Sunday, I would invent an excuse for staying at home from church and make some explorations in the house. There was obviously some mystery at work which wanted clearing up. We all sat up rather late that night. There seemed to be a general disinclination to go to bed. We stayed all together in the billiard room until nearly midnight, and then loitered about in the hall, talking in an aimless sort of fashion. But at last, Mrs. Carson said good night, with a confidential nod to me, and Miss Stoner murmured, "So many thanks, I've got it." And they both went upstairs. George and I parted in the corridor above. Our rooms were opposite each other. I did not begin undressing at once, but sat down and tried to piece together some theory to account for the uncanniness of things. But the more I thought, the more perplexing it became. There was no doubt whatever that I had put my hand on something extremely alive and extremely unpleasant the night before. The bare recollection of it made me shudder. What living thing could possibly be creeping about the house in the dark? It was a man's hand. Of that I was certain from the size of it. George Carson was out of the question, for he was in his room the whole time, nor was it likely Mr. Carson, Sr., who would steal about his own house in his socks and refuse to answer when spoken to. The only other man in the house was an eminently respectable-looking butler, and his hand, as I had noted particularly when he poured out my wine at dinner, was plump and soft, whereas the mysterious hand on the balustrade was thin and bony. And then, what was the real explanation of the face which had appeared by the two ladies, or to the two ladies? Indigestion might have explained either singularly. Extraordinary coincidences do sometimes occur, but it seemed too extraordinary that a couple of ladies, one old and one young, should suffer from the same indigestion in the same house, at the same time, and with the same symptoms. On the whole, I did not feel at all comfortable, and looked carefully in all the cupboards and recesses, as well as under the bed, before starting to undress. Then I went to the door, intending to lock it. Just as my hand was upon the key, I heard a soft step in the corridor outside, accompanied by a sound which was something between a sigh and a groan. Very faint, but quite unmistakable, and under the circumstances, discomposing. It might, of course, be George, but anyhow, I decided to look and see. I turned the handle gently and opened the door. There was nothing to be seen in the corridor, but on the opposite side, I could see a door open and George's head peeping around the corner. "Hello," he said. "Hello," I replied. "Was that you walking up the passage?" he asked. "No," I answered. "I thought it might be you." "Then who the devil was it?" he said. "I swear I heard someone." There was a silence for a few moments. I was wondering whether I had better tell him of the fright I had already had, when he spoke again. I say, just come here for a bit, old fellow. I want to speak to you. I stepped across the passage, and we went together into the little study which adjoined his bedroom. Look here, he said, poking up the fire, which was burning low. Doesn't it strike you that there is something very odd about this house? You mean, well, I wouldn't say anything about it to the master or Miss Stoner for fear of frightening them. All the same, scarcely a night passes, but I hear curious footsteps on the stairs. You've heard them yourself, haven't you? Now that you mention it, I said, I confess that I have. And what is more, he continued, I was sitting here 2 nights ago, half asleep. It seems ridiculous, I know, but it's a fact. I suddenly saw a horrible face glaring at me from between those curtains behind you. It was gone in a moment, but I saw it as plainly as I see you. I moved my seat uneasily. Did you look in your bedroom or in the passage? I asked. Yes, at once, he replied. There was nothing to be seen. But twice again that night, I heard footsteps passing. Good God. He started up in his chair, staring straight over my shoulder. I turned quickly and saw the curtain which parted off the bedroom swing together. What is it? I asked breathlessly. I saw it again, the same face, between the curtains. I tore the hangings aside and rushed into the next room. It was empty. The lamp was burning up on a side table, and the door was just open, just as George had left it. And the passage outside was all quiet. I came back into the study and found George running his fingers through his hair, in perplexity. There is clearly one person too many in this house, I said. I think we ought to draw the place and find out who it is. All right, he said, picking up the poker from the fireplace. If it's anything made of flesh and blood, this will be useful, and if not... He stopped short, for at this instant the most awful shriek of horror rang through the house, a shriek of wild, uncontrollable terror such as I had never heard before, and I never hoped to hear again. One moment we stood staring at each other, dumbfounded. The next, George Carson had dashed out of the room and down the corridor to the stairs. I followed close behind him. We both knew that none but a woman in mortal fear would make a shriek like that. And that woman was Miss Stoner. Down the stairs we tumbled pell-mell in darkness, but before I reached the landing below where Miss Stoner's room was, I felt as I had felt the evening before. Something brushed swiftly past me, and as I ran I turned and caught at it in the dark, but my hand gripped only empty air. I was just about to turn back and follow it when a cry from George arrested me, and looking down, I saw him standing over the prostrate form of Miss Stoner. The door of her room was open, and by the moonlight which streamed into the room, I could see her lying in her white nightdress across the threshold. What followed in the next few minutes I can scarcely recall with accuracy. The whole house was aroused by the poor girl's awful shriek. She was quite unconscious when we came upon her, but she did revive more or less as soon as Mrs. Carson and one of the terrified servants had lifted her into bed again. Nothing intelligible could be gathered from her. However, as the cause of her fright, she only repeated hysterically again and again, "Oh, the face! The face!" When I saw I could do her no further good for the present, I took George by the arm and led him out of the room. "Look here, George," I said. "We must find out the reason for this at once. I'm certain I felt something go by me as I came downstairs, Now, does that staircase lead anywhere but to our rooms? George considered for a moment. Yes, he replied. There is a door at the end of the passage, which leads up into a sort of lumber room. Then we'll explore it, I said. For my part, I can't go to sleep until I've got to the bottom of this. Get the man to bring a lantern along. The butler looked as though he didn't half like the enterprise, and to tell the truth, no more than I did. It was the uncanniest job I ever undertook. However, we started, the three of us. First of all, we searched the rooms on the floor above, where George and I slept. Then everything was just as we had left it. Oh, and everything was just as we had left it. Then I pushed open the door at the end of the corridor. Crazy-looking staircase led up into the darkness. We went up, cautiously. I first with a candle, then George, and last of all the butler with a lantern. At the top, we stepped into a big, rather low room with beams across the ceiling and a rough, uneven floor. Our lights threw strange shadows into the corners, and more than once, I started at what looked like a crouching human figure. We searched every corner. There was nothing to be seen but a few old boxes and a roll or two of matting and some broken chairs. But in the far corner, George pointed out to me a rickety ladder which ended at a closed trap door. Just then, I distinctly heard the curious, half-groaning, half-sighing sound which had already puzzled me in the corridor below. We stood still and looked at each other. We all heard the sound. Whatever it is up there, I said. The question is, who is going up? George put his candle down upon the floor and stepped up the ladder. It cracked beneath his weight, and he stopped. Come down. It won't bear you, I said. I shall have to go. I don't know that I was ever in such a queer funk as I was while I slowly mounted the ladder and pushed open the trap door. I had formed no clear idea of what I expected to find in there. Certainly, I was not prepared for what happened. For no sooner was the trapdoor fully open than there literally fell upon me from the darkness above, a thing in human shape which kicked and spat and tore at me as I stood clinging to the ladder. It lasted but a moment or so, but in that moment I lived a lifetime of terror. The ladder swayed and cracked beneath me, and I fell to the floor with the thing gripping at my throat like a vice. Next instant, George had stunned it with a blow from the poker and dragged it off of me. It lay upon its back on the floor, a ragged, hideous, loathsome shape, and the mystery was solved. But you haven't told us what it really was, said one of the listeners. The doctor smiled. It was the owner of the house, he replied. He had not gone abroad. He had gone to a private lunatic asylum with homicidal mania upon him. About a fortnight before this, he had managed to escape, and having made his way to his former home, had concealed himself, with a cunning often shown by lunatics, in the loft. I supposed he had found enough to eat in his nightly rambles about the house. The only wonder is that he didn't kill someone before he was caught. The end. Well, that was an interesting story. This is why you go downstairs and not upstairs. Interesting. Yeah, that's kind of an interesting story. Yeah, make sure you got your live. I'll scroll back up here and see what I may have missed. Little D. Little D. What's going on? Thanks for being here. Melissa Jane. Is Melissa Jane here? Melissa Jane. How are you doing? I haven't seen you in forever. And Zach. What's going on? Yeah, thanks again to everybody for being here. And anybody who's listening and then just kind of staying in silence there. Let's see. Yeah, it was kind of a interesting one. I was expecting more like a fight or something. That's all right. I need a fire poker. You got a whole barn full of crap. You have animals out there that will kick the snot out of somebody. Creepy. Well, I was kind of trying to do a little bit of a creepy thing there. Thanks, Mel. I'm glad you liked it. Creepier than Edgar Allan Poe's works. Yeah. I have a billy club. Well, thank you, little D. I'm glad you liked it. You're behaving. Yeah, we're just kind of, whatever. Not really paying attention. I'm just entertaining you all. Now, the old man... Oh, we already did that one. Okay. Now, I do remember that story. We did that one already. Okay. So... Yeah, so we'll take another little bit of a respite here. And if anybody needs a bio break or wants to get something else to drink, get a snack or whatever, and we'll take a couple minutes here and you can, excuse me, you can do that. So, did anybody do anything fun for Halloween? I saw that, who was it? Oh, shoot. Oh, Recovery Addict. He was doing some live thing from his house, I guess, for their trick-or-treaters and stuff. I caught a couple minutes of that before we popped on here. It's pretty funny. But yeah, did anybody do anything fun and exciting? I've got my son's Halloween candy. Your candy is mine, boy. That's funny. Yeah, my mom used to do that. Oh, turd.
Oh, I'm just gonna check it and make sure there isn't any razor blades in it, or that it's not.
Boy, 75% of my shit would be gone. Wait a minute. That's craziness. What's going on here? It's like she's a loan shark. I hate tacos. And watch Jeopardy. Well, why? You didn't do any creepy streaming things? We did some creepy, well, not real creepy ones. Just kind of old, some of the older cult classic type stuff. We did some of that last night. And then, well, it ended up going into early to today. I think I finally ended up falling asleep about 05 or something in the morning. But, yeah, so we had quite a run of that. We might do it again tonight when we're done here. I don't know. It all depends on whether or not she's still awake when we get done here. That's all right. I'm not in a hurry. We'll just have fun. We haven't, yeah, we're still not even at 2 hours yet. So, now this one, I don't want to stretch it out and bore you guys. We'd already talked about that before, and it was kind of the thing with doing Sunday Night Spice and stuff as well for that reason. I don't want to burn people out. So we'll go, yeah, we'll get on to the next story here in a few. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, what? Hold on. Screwed it up. Closed out the wrong one. There we go. So the name of the story that we had started working on before is called The Watcher. And we just never got around to finishing it off. So I figure we weren't even halfway through it when we stopped the last time. And I just need to finish up that other half to get it on its own upload, on its own story time. But I figured we could probably do it live now. Just go over it again. Yeah, it's like, oh, okay, so it is actually less than what I thought. So I've got this stretched out, but it says like 95 pages, so might be around about an hour and a half or so, maybe. Probably be pretty close to what Sleepy Hollow would be. But then that way we're not, on here and having me read for 6 hours or whatever, and I'm down to just boring myself again. It's way too quiet here. You want me to turn the fireplace up? No, just for a family under my legs. Oh. Really? You have people around you on Halloween that are lighting off? Shit. Lovely. I'm Jelly. Yes, thank you for that clarification. I'm not the smartest man in the world, but yeah, thank you. Jealous, you say? Very well. Are you just saying for Halloweeny stuff? Is that why you're saying it's quiet? Oh, gotcha. Okay. Other people named. Yeah. That's 1,464 bucks. Oh, well, thank you. 1,464? Wow. That's an interesting number you came up with. I know I have not done that many stories. But yeah, there's a lot of those books out there. That's for sure. I don't think we could ever get through all those stories in one lifetime. I don't know. I maybe. I don't know. I don't think I could. All right. Well, if everyone has had their bio breaks and or got their snacks or they're curled up and ready to go, I figure we can start this one. Yeah. So, again, The Watcher by J. Sheridan LaFano. Something like that. Excuse me. I'm all gassy up in here. Read on. It's never boring listening. Burpee wise. All right. We shall begin. Make sure I got my... Are you guys still hearing me okay? Does this still sound okay? Yes, yes, yes. Okay. All right. It is now more than 50 years since the occurrence which I am about to relate caused a strange sensation in the happy society of Dublin. The fashionable world, however, is no recorder of traditions. The memory of selfishness seldom reaches far, and the events which occasionally disturb the polite monotony of its pleasant and heartless progress, however stamped with the characteristics of misery and horror, scarcely outlive the gossip of a season, and, except perhaps in the remembrance of a few more directly interested in the consequences of the catastrophe, are in a little time lost to the recollection of all. The appetite for scandal or for horror has been sated. The incident can yield no more of interest or novelty. Curiosity, frustrated by impenetrable mystery, gives over the pursuit in despair. Gives over the pursuit in despair. The tale has ceased to be new, grows stale and flat, and so, in a few years, inquiry subsides into indifference. Somewhere about the year of 1794, the younger brother of a certain baronet, whom I shall call Sir James Barton, returned to Dublin. He had served in the Navy with some distinction, having commanded one of His Majesty's frigates during the greatest part of the American War. Captain Barton was now apparently some 43 years of age. He was an intelligent and agreeable companion when he chose it, though generally reserved and occasionally even moody. In society, however, he deported himself as a man of the world and a gentleman. He had not contracted any of the noisy briskness sometimes acquired at sea. On the contrary, his manners were remarkably easy, quiet, and even polished. He was in person about middle size and somewhat strongly formed. His countenance was marked with the lines of thought, and on the whole wore an expression of gravity and even of melancholy. Being, however, as we have said, a man of perfect breeding, as well as of affluent circumstances and good family, he had, of course, a ready access to the best of society in the metropolis, without the necessity of any other credentials. In his personal habits, Captain Barton was economical. He occupied lodgings in one of the then fashionable streets in the south of town, kept but one horse and one servant, and though a reputed freethinker, he lived an ordinary and moral life, indulging neither in gaming, drinking, nor any other vicious pursuits, living very much to himself, without forming any intimacies or choosing any companions, and appearing to mix in society rather than for the sake of its bustle and distraction, than for any opportunities which it offered of interchanging either thoughts or feelings with its votaries. Barton. Barton was therefore pronounced a saving, prudent, unsocial sort of fellow who bid fair to maintain his celibacy alike against stratagem and assault, and was likely to live a good old age, die rich, and leave his money to a hospital. It was soon apparent, however, that the nature of Captain Barton's plans had been totally misconceived. A young lady, whom we shall call Miss Montague, was at this time introduced into the fashionable world of Dublin by her aunt, the Dowager Lady Rochdale. Miss Montague was decidedly pretty and accomplished, and having some natural cleverness and a great deal of gaiety, became for a while the reigning toast. Her popularity, however, gained her for a time nothing more than the unsubstantial admiration which, however pleasant as an incense to vanity, is by no means necessarily antecedent to matrimony, for unhappily, for the young lady in question, it was an understood thing that beyond her personal attractions, she had no kind of earthly provision. Such being the state of affairs, it will be readily believed that no little surprise was consequent upon the appearance of Captain Barton as the avowed lover of the penniless Miss Montague. His suit prospered, as might have been expected, and in a short time it was confidently communicated by old Lady Rochdale to each of her 150 particular friends in succession that Captain Barton had actually tendered a proposal of marriage with her approbation, or to her niece, Miss Montague, who had, moreover, accepted the offer of his hand conditionally upon the consent of her father, who was then upon his homeward voyage from India, and expected in 2 or 3 months at the furthest. About his consent, there could be no doubt. The delay, therefore, was one merely of form. They were looked upon as absolutely engaged, and Lady Rochdale, with a vigor of old-fashioned decorum with which her niece would, no doubt, gladly have dispensed, withdrew her thenceforward from all further participation in the gaieties of town. Captain Barton was a constant visitor as well as a frequent guest at the house, and was permitted all the privileges and intimacy which a betrothed suitor is usually accorded. Such was the relation of parties when the mysterious circumstances which darken this narrative with inexplicable melancholy first began to unfold themselves. Lady Rochdale resided in a handsome mansion at the north side of Dublin, and Captain Barton's lodgings, as we have already said, were situated at the south. The distance intervening was considerable, and it was Captain Barton's habit generally to walk home without an attendant, as often as he passed the evening with the old lady and her fair charge. His shortest way in such nocturnal walks lay, for a considerable pace, through a line of streets which had as yet been merely laid out, and little more than the foundations of the houses constructed. One night, shortly after his engagement with Miss Montague had commenced, he happened to remain unusually late, in company only with her and Lady Rochdale. The conversation had turned upon the evidences of revelation, which he had disputed with the callous skepticism of a confirmed infidel. What were called French principles had in those days found their way a good deal into fashionable society, especially that portion of which was professed allegiances to Whiggism, and neither the old lady nor her charge was so perfectly free from the taint as to look upon Captain Barton's views as any serious objection to the proposed union. The discussion had degenerated into one upon the supernatural and the marvelous, in which he had pursued precisely the same line of argument and ridicule. In all this, it is but true to state that Captain Barton was guilty of no affectation. The doctrines upon which he insisted were, in reality, but too truly the basis of his own fixed belief, if so it might be called, and perhaps not the least strange of the many strange circumstances connected with this narrative was in the fact that the subject of the fearful influences we're about to describe was himself, from the deliberate conviction of years, an utter disbeliever in what are usually termed preternatural agencies. It was considerably past midnight when Mr. Barton took his leave and set out upon his solitary walk homeward. He rapidly reached the lonely road, with its unfinished dwarf walls tracing the foundations of the projected rows of houses on either side. The moon was shining mistily, and its imperfect light made the road he trod but additionally dreary. That utter silence, which has in it something indefinably exciting, reigned there, and made the sound of his steps, which alone broke it, unnaturally loud and distinct. He had proceeded thus some way when, on a sudden, he heard other footsteps pattering at a measured pace, and as it seemed about 20 steps behind him. The suspicion of being dogged is at all times unpleasant. It is, however, especially so in a spot so desolate and lonely, and this suspicion became so strong in the mind of Captain Barton that he abruptly turned around to confront his pursuers. But though there was quite sufficient moonlight to disclose any object upon the road, no form of any kind was visible. The steps he had heard could not have been the reverberations of his own, for he stamped his foot upon the ground and walked briskly up and down in the vain attempt to wake an echo. Though by no means a fanciful person, he was at last compelled to charge the sounds upon his imagination and treat them as an illusion. Thus satisfying himself, he resumed his walk, and before he had proceeded a dozen paces, the mysterious footfalls were again audible from behind, and this time, as if the special design of showing that the sounds were not the response of an echo, the steps sometimes slackened nearly to a halt, and sometimes hurried for 6 or 8 strides at a run, and again, then abated to a walk. Captain Barton, as before, turned suddenly round, and with the same result. No object was visible but the deserted level of the road. He walked back over the same ground, determined that whatever might have been the cause of the sounds which so disconcerted him, it should not escape his search. The endeavor, however, was unrewarded. In spite of all his skepticism, he felt something like a superstitious fear stealing fast upon him. And with these unwanted and uncomfortable sensations, he once more turned and pursued his way. There was no repetition of these haunting sounds until he had reached the point where he had last stopped to retrace his steps. Here, they were resumed, and with sudden starts of running which threatened to bring the unseen pursuer close up to the alarmed pedestrian. Captain Barton arrested his course as formerly. The uncountable nature of the occurrence filled him with a vague and horrible sensation, and yielding to the excitement he felt gaining upon him, he shouted sternly, "Who goes there?" Sound of one's own voice, thus exerted in utter solitude, and followed by total silence, has in it something unpleasantly exciting, and he felt a degree of nervousness which, perhaps from no cause, that he had ever known before. To the very end of this solitary street, the steps pursued him, and it required a strong effort of stubborn pride on his part to resist the impulse that prompted him every moment to run for safety at the top of his speed. It was not until he reached his lodgings and sat by his own fireside that he felt sufficiently reassured to arrange and reconsider in his own mind the occurrences which had so discomposed him. So a little matter, after all, is sufficient to upset the pride of skepticism and vindicate the old simple laws of nature within us. Mr. Barton was next morning sitting at a late breakfast, reflecting upon the incidents of the previous night, with more of the inquisitiveness than awe, so speedily do gloomy impressions upon the fancy disappear under the cheerful influence of day, when a letter, just delivered by the postman, was placed upon the table before him. There was nothing remarkable in the address of this missive, except that it was written in a hand which he did not know. Perhaps it was disguised, for the tall, narrow characters were sloped backwards, and with the self-inflicted suspense which we so often see practiced in such cases. He puzzled over the inscription for a full minute before he broke the seal. When he did so, he read the following words, written in the same hand. Mr. Barton, late captain of the Dolphin, is warned of danger. He will do so wisely to avoid that street. Here, the locality of his last night's adventures was named. If he walks there as usual, he will meet with something bad. Let him take warning, once and for all, for he has good reason to dread. Signed, The Watcher. Captain Barton read and reread this strange effusion in every light and in every direction. He turned it over and over. He examined the paper on which it was written and closely scrutinized the handwriting. Defeated here, he turned to the seal. It was nothing but a patch of wax upon which the accidental impression of a coarse thumb was imperfectly visible. There was not the slightest mark, no clue or indication of any kind to lead him to even guess as to its possible origin. The writer's object seemed a friendly one, and yet he subscribed himself as one whom he had good reason to dread. Although the letter, its author, and its real purpose were to him an inexplicable puzzle, and one, moreover, unpleasantly suggestive in his mind of associations connected with the last night's adventure. In obedience to some feeling, perhaps of pride, Mr. Barton did not communicate, even to his intended bride, the occurrences which we have just detailed. Trifling as they may appear, they had in reality most disagreeably affected his imagination, and he cared not to disclose, even to the young lady in question, what she might possibly look upon as evidence of weakness. The letter might very well be a hoax, but the mysterious footfalls, but a delusion of his fancy. But although he affected to treat the whole affair as unworthy of a thought, it yet haunted him pertinaciously, tormenting him with perplexing doubts and oppressing him with undefined apprehensions. Hold on. Just a moment. Okay. And depressing him with undefined apprehensions. Certain it is that for a considerable time afterwards, he carefully avoided the street indicated in the letter as the scene of danger. It was not until about a week after the receipt of the letter, which I have transcribed, that anything further occurred to remind Captain Barton of its contents, or to counteract the gradual disappearance from his mind of the disagreeable impressions which he had then received. He was returning one night, after the interval I have stated, from the theatre, which was then situated in Crow Street, and having there handed Miss Montague and Miss Lady Rochdale into their carriage, he loitered for some time with 2 or 3 other acquaintances. These, however, he parted close to the college and pursued his way along. It was now about 1 o'clock, and the streets were quite deserted. During the whole of his walk with the companions from whom he had just parted, he had been at times painfully aware of the sound of steps, as it seemed, dogging them on their way. Once or twice he looked back in the uneasy anticipation that he was again about to experience the same mysterious annoyances which had so much disconcerted him a week before, and earnestly hoping that he might see some form from whom the sounds might naturally proceed. But the street was deserted. No form was visible. Proceeding now quite alone upon his homeward way, he grew really nervous and uncomfortable as he became sensible with increased distinctness of the well-known and now absolutely dreaded sounds. By the side of the dead wall which bounded the college park, the sounds followed, recommencing almost simultaneously with his own steps. The same unequal pace, sometimes slow, sometimes for a score of a yard or so, quickened to a run, was audible from behind him. Again and again he turned quickly and stealthily. He glanced over his shoulder almost at every half-dozen step, but no one was visible. Excuse me. The horrors of this intangible and unseen persecution became gradually all but intolerable. And when at last he reached his home, his nerves were strung to such a pitch of excitement that he could not rest, and did not attempt even to lie down until after the daylight had broken. He was awakened by a knock at his chamber door, and his servant, entering, handed him several letters which had just been received by the early post. One among them was instantly arrested in his attention. A single glance at the direction aroused him thoroughly. He at once recognized its characters and read as follows. You may as well think, Captain Barton, to escape from your own shadow as from me. Do what you may. I will see you as often as I please, and you shall see me, for I do not want to hide myself, as you fancy. Do not let it trouble your rest, Captain Barton, for with a good conscience, what need you fear from the eye of the Watcher? It is scarcely necessary to dwell upon the feelings elicited by a perusal of this strange communication. Captain Barton was observed to be unusually absent and out of spirits for several days afterwards, but no one divined the cause. Whatever he might think as to the phantom steps which followed him, there could be no possible illusion about the letters he had received, and, to say the least of it, their immediate sequence upon the mysterious sounds which had haunted him. And it was an odd coincidence. The whole circumstance in his own mind was vaguely and instinctively connected with certain passages in his past life, which, of all others, he hated to remember. It so happened that just about this time, in addition to his approaching nuptials, Captain Barton had, fortunately, perhaps for himself, some business of an engrossing kind connected with the adjustment of a large and long litigated claim upon certain properties. The hurry and excitement of business had its natural effect in gradually dispelling the marked gloom which had for a time occasionally oppressed him, and in a little while his spirits had entirely resumed their accustomed tone. While all this period, however, he was occasionally dismayed by indistinct and half-heard repetitions of the same annoyance, and that in lonely places, in the daytime as well as after nightfall, these renewals of the strange impressions from which he had suffered so much were, however, desultory and faint, insomuch that often he really could not, in his own satisfaction, distinguish them and the mere suggestions of an excited imagination. One evening, he walked down to the House of Commons with Mr. Norcott, Norcott, who was a member. As they walked down together, he was observed to become absent and silent, to a degree so marked as scarcely to consist with good breeding. And this, in one who is obviously in all his habits so perfectly a gentleman, seemed to argue the pressure of some urgent and absorbing anxiety. It was afterwards known that during the whole of the walk he had heard the well-known footsteps dogging him as he proceeded. This, however, was the last time he suffered from this phase of persecution of which he was already the anxious victim. A new and a very different one was about to be presented. Of the new series of impressions, which were afterwards gradually to work out his destiny, that evening disclosed the first, and before its relation to the train of events which followed, the incident would scarcely have been remembered by anyone. As they were walking in at the passage, a man, of whom his friend could afterwards remember only that he was short in stature, who looked like a foreigner and wore a kind of a traveling cap, walked very rapidly and as if under some fierce excitement directly toward them, muttering to himself fast and vehemently the whole while. This odd-looking person proceeded straight toward Barton, who was foremost. What? Wait a minute. It didn't make any sense. Hold on. This odd-looking person proceeded straight toward Barton, who was foremost, and halted, regarded him for a moment or two with a look of menace and fury almost maniacal. And then turning about abruptly, he walked before them at the same agitated pace and disappeared by a side passage. Norcott distinctly remembered being a good deal shocked at the countenance and bearing of this man, which indeed irresistibly impressed upon him with an undefined sense of danger, such as he had never felt before or since from the presence of anything human. But these sensations were far from amounting to anything so disconcerting as to flurry or excite him. He had seen only a singularly evil countenance, agitated as it seemed, with the excitement of madness. He was absolutely astonished, however, at the effect of this apparition upon Captain Barton. He knew him to be a man of proved courage and coolness in real danger, a circumstance which made his conduct upon this occasion the more conspicuously odd. He recoiled a step or two as the stranger advanced, and clutched his companion's arm in silence, with a spasm of agony or terror. And then, as the figure disappeared, shoving him roughly back, he followed it for a few paces, stopped in great disorder, and sat down. A countenance, ghastlier and more haggard, it was impossible to fancy. "For God's sake, Barton, what is the matter with you?" said Norcott, really alarmed at his friend's appearance. "You're not hurt, are you? Nor unwell? What is it?" "What did he say? I did not hear it. What was it?" asked Barton, wholly disregarding the question. "No, this is nonsense," said Norcott, greatly surprised. "Who cares what the fellow said? You are unwell, Barton, decidedly unwell. Let me call a coach." "Unwell? Yes. No, not exactly unwell," he said, evidently making an effort to recover his self-possession. "But, to say the truth, I am fatigued, a little overworked, and perhaps over-anxious. You know, I've been in Chancery, and the winding up of a suit is always a nervous affair. I felt uncomfortable all this evening. But I am better now. Come on, shall we go on?" "No. Take my advice, Barton, and go home. You really do need rest. You look absolutely ill. I really do insist on your allowing me to see you home," replied his companion. It was obvious that Barton was not himself disinclined to be persuaded. He accordingly took his leave, politely declining his friend's offered escort. Notwithstanding the few commonplace regrets which Norcott had expressed, it was plain that he was just as little deceived as Barton himself by the extempore plea of illness which he had accounted for in the strange exhibitions, and that he even then suspected some lurking mystery in the matter. Norcott recalled the next day at Barton's lodgings to inquire for him. Norcott called next day at Barton's lodgings to inquire for him, and learned from the servant that he had not left his room since his return the night before, but that he was not seriously indisposed and hoped to be out again in a few days. That evening, he sent for Dr. Richards, then in large and fashionable practice in Dublin, and their interview was, it is said, an odd one. He entered into a detail of his own symptoms in an abstracted and desultory kind of way, which seemed to argue a strange want of interest in his own cure, and, at all events, made it manifest that there was some topic engaging in his mind of more engrossing importance than his present ailment. He complained of occasional palpitations, headaches. Dr. Richards asked him, among other questions, whether there was any irritating circumstance or anxiety to account for. This he denied quickly and peevishly, and the physician thereupon declared his opinion that there was nothing amiss except some slight derangement of the digestion, for which he accordingly wrote a prescription, and was about to withdraw when Mr. Barton, with the air of a man who suddenly recollects a topic which had nearly escaped him, recalled him. "I beg your pardon, doctor, but I had really almost forgot. Will you permit me to ask you 2 or 3 medical questions? Rather odd ones, perhaps, but as a wager depends upon their solution. You will, I hope, excuse my unreasonableness." The physician readily undertook to satisfy the inquirer. Barton seemed to have some difficulty about opening the proposed interrogatories, for he was silent for a moment, then walked to his bookcase and returned as he had gone. At last he sat down and said, "You'll think them very childish questions, but I can't recover my wager without a decision, so I must put to them. I want to know first about lockjaw. If a man actually has had that complaint and appears to have died of it, so that, in fact, a physician of average skill pronounces him actually dead, may he, after all, recover?" Dr. Richards smiled and shook his head. But a blunder may be made," resumed Barton. "Suppose an ignorant pretender to medical skill, may he be so deceived by any stage of the complaint as to mistake what is only part of the progression of the disease. As for death itself, no one who has ever seen death," answered the doctor, "could mistake it in the case of lockjaw." Barton mused for a few minutes. "I'm going to ask you a question, perhaps still more childish, but first tell me, are not the regulations of foreign hospitals, such as of those, let us say, in Lisbon, very lax and bungling? May not all kinds of blunders and slips occur during their entries of names and so forth?" Dr. Richards professed his inability to answer that query. "Well then, doctor, there is the last of my questions. You will probably laugh at it, but I must out it nevertheless. Is there any disease in all the range of human maladies which would have the effect of perceptibly contracting the stature and the whole frame, causing the man to shriek in all his proportions? Shrink, not shriek. Causing the man to shrink in all his proportions, and yet to preserve his exact resemblance to himself in every particular, with the one exception, his height and bulk. Any disease, mark, no matter how rare, how little believed in, and generally, which could possibly result in producing such an effect." The physician replied with a smile and a very decided negative. "Tell me then," said Barton abruptly, "if a man be in reasonable fear of assault from a lunatic who is at large, can he not procure a warrant for his arrest and detention?" "Really, that is more lawyer's question than one in my way," replied Dr. Richards. "But I believe, on applying to a magistrate, such a course could be directed." The physician then took his leave. Actually, I'm going to pause here for just a minute. So talk amongst yourselves. Okay. All right. So here we go. The physician then took his leave, but just as he reached the hall door, remembered that he had left his cane upstairs and returned. His reappearance was awkward, for a piece of paper, which he recognized as his own prescription, was slowly burning upon the fire, and Barton sitting close by with an expression of settled gloom and dismay. Dr. Richards had too much tact to appear to observe what had presented itself, but had been quiet enough to assure him that the mind and not the body of Captain Barton was in reality the set of his sufferings. A few days afterwards, the following advertisement appeared in the Dublin newspaper. If Sylvester Yelland, formerly a foremast man on board His Majesty's frigate Dolphin, or his nearest of kin, will apply to Mr. Robbery Smith, solicitor at his office on Dame Street, he or they may hear of something greatly to his or their advantage. Admission may be had at any hour up to 12 o'clock at night for the next fortnight, should parties desire to avoid observation, and the strictest secrecy as to all communications intended to be confidential shall be honorably observed. The Dolphin, we have mentioned, was the vessel Captain Barton had commanded, and this circumstance, connected with the extraordinary exertions made by the circulation of handbills, etc., as well as by repeated advertisements, to secure for this strange notice the utmost possible publicity, suggested to Dr. Richards the idea that Captain Barton's extreme uneasiness was somehow connected with the individual to whom the advertisement was addressed, and he himself, the author of it. This, however, it is needless to add, was no more than a conjecture. No information whatsoever as to the real purpose of the advertisement itself was divulged by the agent, nor yet any hint as to who his employer may be. Mr. Barton, although he had lately begun to earn for himself the character of a hypochondriac, was yet very far from deserving it. Though by no means lively, he had yet naturally what were termed He had yet naturally what are termed even spirits, and was not subject to continual depressions. He soon, therefore, began to return to his former habits, and one of the earliest symptoms of this healthier tone of spirit was his appearing at a grand dinner of the Freemasons, of which worthy fraternity he was himself a brother. Barton, who had been at first gloomy and abstracted, drank more freely than was his wont, perhaps with the purpose of dispelling his own secret anxieties, and under the influence of good wine and pleasant company, became gradually, unlike his usual self, talkative and even noisy. It was under this unwonted excitement that he left his company at about 10:30, and as What? Oh. What? Oh. And as conviviality is a strong incentive to gallantry, it occurred to him to proceed forthwith to Lady Rochdale's and pass the remainder of the evening with her and his destined bride. I don't know, whatever. Accordingly, he was soon at some street, and chatting gaily with the ladies. It is not to be supposed that Captain Barton had exceeded the limits which propriety prescribes to good fellowship. He had merely taken enough of wine to raise his spirits, without, however, in the least degree unsteadying his mind or affecting his manners. With this undue elevation of spirits, wait a minute. Oh, I forgot some punctuation here. Hold on just a second. Okay, yeah, all right. Let me go back on that one. Hold on just a second. With this, undue elevation of spirits had supervened, and an entire oblivion or contempt of those undefined apprehensions which had for so long weighed upon his mind, and to a certain extent estranged him from society. But as the whole night wore away, and his artificial gaiety began to flag, these painful feelings gradually intruded themselves again, and he grew abstracted and anxious as heretofore. He took his leave at length, with an unpleasant foreboding of some coming mischief, and with a mind haunted with 1,000 mysteries and apprehensions, such as, even while he actually felt their presence, he nevertheless inwardly strove or affected to contemn. It was his proud defiance of what he considered to be his own weakness which prompted him upon this occasion to the course which brought about the adventure which we are now about to relate. Mr. Barton might have easily called a coach, but he was conscious that his strong inclination to do so proceeded from no cause other than what he desperately persisted in representing to himself to be his own superstitious tremors. He might also have returned home by a route different from that against which he had been warned by his mysterious correspondent. Excuse me. But for the same reason, he dismissed this idea also, and with a dogged and half-desperate resolution to force matters to a crisis of some kind, to see if there were any reality in the cause of his former suffering, and if not, satisfactorily to bring their delusiveness to the proof, he determined to follow precisely the course which he had trodden upon the night so painfully my God, I'm brain farting everywhere. Which he had trodden upon the night so painfully memorable. God fucking jeez. In his own mind, as that on which his strange persecution had commenced. God, now we can move on from that paragraph. Jesus. Though, sooth to say, The pilot who for the first time steers his vessel into the muzzle of hostile battery never felt his resolution more severely tasked than did Captain Barton as he breathlessly pursued his solitary path. A path which, spite of every effort of skepticism and reason, he felt to be as respected by him, infested by a malignant influence. He pursued his way steadily and rapidly, scarcely breathing from intensity of suspense. He, however, was troubled by no renewal of the dreaded footsteps, and was beginning to feel a return of confidence, as more than 3/4 of the way being accomplished with impunity. He approached the long line of twinkling oil lamps which indicated the frequented streets. This feeling of self-congratulation was, however, but momentary. The report of a musket at some 200 yards behind him, and the whistle of a bullet close to his head, disagreeably and startlingly dispelled it. His first impulse was to retrace his steps in pursuit of the assassin, but the road on either side, as we have said, embraced by the foundations of a street, beyond which extended waste fields full of rubbish and neglected lime and brick kilns, and all now was utterly silent, as though no sound had ever been disturbed. As though no sound had ever disturbed their dark and unsightly solitude. The futility of attempting single-handed under such circumstances, a search for the murderer was apparent, especially as no further sound, whatever was audible, to direct his pursuit. With the tumultuous sensation of one whose life had just been exposed to a murderous attempt, and whose escape had been the narrowest possible, Captain Barton turned, and without, however, quickening his pace, actually to a run, hurriedly pursued his way. He had turned, as we have said, after a pause of a few seconds, and had just commenced his rapid retreat, when on a sudden he met the well-remembered little man in the fur cap. The encounter was but momentary. The figure was walking at the same exaggerated pace, and with the strange air of menace as before. And as it passed him, he thought he heard it say in a furious whisper, "Still alive. Still alive." The state of Mr. Barton's spirits began now to work a corresponding alternation in his health and looks, and to such a degree that it was impossible by the change without escaping general remark. For some reasons, known but to himself, he took no step whatever to bring the attempt upon his life, which he had so narrowly escaped, under the notice of the authorities. On the contrary, he kept it jealously to himself, and it was not for many weeks after the occurrence that he had mentioned it, and then in strict confidence to a gentleman. The torments of his mind at last compelled him to consult a friend. In spite of his blue devils, however, poor Barton, having no satisfactory reason to render to the public for any undue reminiscence in the attentions which his relation to Miss Montague required, was obliged to exert himself and present to the world a confident and cheerful bearing. The true source of his sufferings and every circumstance connected with them he guarded with a reserve so jealous that it seemed dictated by at least a suspicion that the origin of his strange persecution was known to himself, and that it was of a nature which, upon his own account, he could not dare to disclose. The mind thus turned in upon itself, and constantly occupied with a haunting anxiety which it dared not reveal or confide to any human breast, came daily more excited and, of course, more vividly impressible by a system of attacks which operated through the nervous system, and in this state he was destined to sustain with increasing frequency the stealthy visitations of that apparition, which from the first had seemed to possess so unearthly and terrible a hold upon his imagination. It was about this time that Captain Barton called upon the celebrated preacher, Dr. Macklin, with whom he had a slight acquaintance, and an extraordinary conversation ensued. The divine was seated in his chambers in college, surrounded with works upon his favorite pursuit and deep in theology, when Barton was announced. There was something at once embarrassed and excited in his manner, which, along with his wan and haggard countenance, impressed the student with the unpleasant consciousness that his visitor must have recently suffered terribly indeed to account for an alteration so striking, so shocking. After the usual interchange of polite greeting and a few commonplace remarks, Captain Barton, who obviously perceived the surprise with which his visit had excited, and which Dr. Macklin was unable wholly to conceal, interrupted a brief pause by remarking, "This is a strange call, Dr. Macklin, perhaps scarcely warranted by an acquaintance so slight as mine with you. I should not, under ordinary circumstances, have ventured to disturb you, but my visit is neither an idle nor impertinent intrusion. I'm sure you will not so account it when—" Dr. Macklin interrupted him with assurance, such as good breeding suggested, and Barton resumed. "I'm come to ask your patience by asking your advice. When I say your patience, I might indeed say more. I might have said your humanity, your compassion. For I have been, and am a great sufferer." My dear sir," replied the churchman, "it will indeed afford me infinite gratification if I can give you comfort in any distress of mind, but—" "I know what you would say," resumed Barton quickly. "I am an unbeliever, and therefore incapable of deriving help from religion. But don't take that for granted. At least you must not assume that, however unsettled my convictions may be, I do not feel a deep or very deep interest in the subject. Circumstances have lately forced it upon my attention in such a way as to compel me to review the whole question in a more candid and teachable spirit, I believe, than I ever studied in it before. Your difficulties, I take it for granted, refer to the evidence of revelation," suggested the clergyman. "Why, no. Well, yes. In fact, I am ashamed to say I have not considered even my objections sufficiently to state them connectedly. But there is one subject on which I feel of a peculiar interest." He paused again, and Dr. Macklin pressed him to proceed. "The fact is," said Barton, "whatever may be my uncertainty as to the authenticity of what we are taught to call revelation, of one fact I am deeply and horribly convinced, that there does exist beyond this spiritual world a system whose workings are generally in mercy hidden from us, a system which may be, and which is sometimes particularly partially and terribly revealed. I am sure I know," continued Barton, with increasing excitement. "There is a God, a dreadful God, and that retribution follows guilt in ways the most mysterious and stupendous, by agencies the most inexplicable and terrific. There is a spiritual system. Great heavens, how frighteningly so. I have been convinced. A system, malignant, inexorable, and omnipotent, under whose prescription, or what? Oh, precautions. Under whose precautions I am, and have been, suffering the torments of the damned. Yes. Yes, sir, the fires and frenzy of hell. As Barton continued, his agitations became so vehement that the divine was shocked and even alarmed. The wild and excited rapidity with which he spoke, and above all, the indefinable horror which stamped his features, afforded a contrast to his ordinary cool and unimpassioned self-possession, striking and painful in the last degree. "My dear sir," said Dr. Macklin after a brief pause, "I fear you've been suffering much. Indeed, I venture to predict that the depression under which your labor will be found to originate in purely physical causes, and that with a change of air and the aid of a few tonics, your spirit will return. The tone of your mind will be once more cheerful and tranquil. Heretofore." There was, after all, more truth than we are quite willing to admit in the classic theories which assign the undue predominance of any one affection of the mind to the undue action or torpidity of one or the other of our bodily organs. Believe me that a little attention to diet, exercise, and the other essentials of health under competent direction will make you as much yourself as you can wish. "Dr. Macklin," said Barton, with something like a shudder, "I cannot delude myself with such a hope. I have no hope to cling to but one, that is, by some other spiritual agency more potent than that which tortures me. It may be combated, and I delivered. If this may not be, I am lost, now and forever lost." "But, Mr. Barton, you must remember," urged his companion, "that others have suffered as you have done, and—" "No, interrupted he with irritability. "No, sir, I am not a credulous, far from a superstitious man. I have been perhaps too much the reverse, too skeptical, too slow of belief, but unless I were the one whom no amount of evidence could convince, unless I were to condemn the repeated, the perpetual evidence of my own senses, I am now at last, I constrained to believe I have no escape from the conviction, the overwhelming certainty, that I am haunted and dogged, go where I may, by a demon." There was an almost preternatural energy of horror in Barton's face, as with its damp and death-like lineaments turned towards his companions, he thus delivered himself. "God, the writings of that time period sometimes just..." "God help you, my poor friend," said Dr. Macklin, which shocked. "God help you, for indeed you are a sufferer, however your sufferings may have been caused." "Aye, God help me," echoed Barton sternly. "But will he help me? Will he help me?" "Pray to him. Pray in a humble and trusting spirit," said he. "Pray," echoed he again. "I can't pray. I could as easily move a mountain by an effort of my will. I have not belief enough to pray. There's something within me that will not pray. You prescribe impossibilities, literal impossibilities. You will not find it so if you will but try," said Dr. Macklin. "Try. I have tried, but the attempt only fills me with a confusion and terror. I have tried in vain, and more than in vain. The awful, unutterable idea of eternity and an infinity oppresses and maddens my brain. Whenever my mind approaches the contemplation of the Creator, I recoil from the effort, scared, confounded, terrified. I tell you, Dr. Macklin, if I am to be saved, it must be by other means. The idea of the Creator is to me intolerable. My mind cannot support it. Say then, my dear sir, urged he, say how you would have me serve you. What would you learn of me? What can I do or say to relieve you? Listen to me first, replied Captain Barton with a subdued air, and an evident effort to suppress his excitement. Listen to me while I detail the circumstances of the terrible persecution under which my life has become all but intolerable. A persecution which has made me fear death and the world beyond the grave as much as I have grown to hate existence. Barton then proceeded to relay the circumstances which we have already detailed, and then continued. This is now become habitual, an accustomed thing. I do not mean the actual seeing of him in the flesh, thank God, that is at least not permitted daily. Thank God, from the unutterable horrors of that visitation I have been mercifully allowed intervals of repose, though none of security. From the consciousness that of a malignant spirit is following and watching me wherever I go, I have never for a single instant a temporary respite. I am pursued with blasphemies, cries of despair, appalling hatred. I hear those dreadful sounds called after me as I turn the corners of the streets. They come in the night time while I sit in my chamber alone. They haunt me everywhere, charging me with hideous crimes. Great God, threatening me with coming vengeance and eternal misery. Oh, wait. Do you hear that? He cried with a horrible smile of triumph. There, will that convince you? The clergyman felt the chillness of horror irresistibly steal over him, while during the wail of a sudden gust of wind, he heard, or fancied he heard, the half-articulate sound of rage and derision mingling in there. What do you think of that? At length Barton cried, drawing a long breath through his teeth. I heard the wind, said Dr. Macklin. What should I think of it? What is there remarkable about it? The Prince of the Powers of Air, muttered Barton with a shudder. Oh, my dear sir, said the student with an effort to reassure himself, for though it was broad daylight, there was nevertheless something disagreeably contagious in the nervous excitement under which his visitor so obviously suffered. You must not give way to those wild fancies. You must resist those impulses of the imagination. Nay, resist the devil, and he will flee from thee, said Barton in the same tone. How resist him? Aye, there it is. There is the rub. What am I to do? What can I do? My dear sir, this fancy, said the man of Folios. You are your own tormentor. No, sir. Fancy has no part in it, answered Barton somewhat sternly. Fancy, forsooth. Was it that made you, as well as me, hear but this moment those appalling accents of hell? Fancy? Indeed, no. But you have seen this person frequently, said the ecclesiastic. Why have you not accosted or secured him? Is it not somewhat precipitate, to say no more, to assume you have done the existence of preternatural agency, when after all everything may be easily accounted if only proper means were taken to sift the matter. There are circumstances connected with this appearance, said Barton, which it were needless to disclose, but which to me are proof of its horrible and unearthly nature. I know the being who haunts me is not a man. I say I know this. I can prove it to your own convictions. He paused for a moment, and then added, as to accosting it, I do not dare. I could not. When I see it, I am powerless. I stand in the gaze of death, in the triumphant presence of preterhuman power and malignity. My strength, my faculties, and memories all forsake me. My God, I fear, sir, you know not what you speak of. Mercy. Heaven have pity on me. He leaned his elbows on the table and passed his hand across his eyes as if to exclude some image of horror, muttering the last words of the sentence he had just concluded again and again. Dr. Macklin, he said abruptly, raising himself and looking full up to the clergyman with imploring eyes. I know you will do for me whatever may be done. You know now fully the circumstances and the nature of my mysterious agency of which I am a victim. I tell you I cannot help myself. I cannot hope to escape. I'm utterly passive. I conjure you there to weigh my case well, and anything may be done for me by vicarious supplications, by the intercessions of the good, or by any aid or influence whatsoever. I implore of you. I adjourn you in the same name of the Most High. Give me the benefit of that influence. Deliver me from the body of this death. Strive for me. Pity me. I know you will. You cannot refuse this. It is the purpose and object of my visit. Send me away with some hope, however little, some faint hope of ultimate deliverance, and I will nerve myself to endure from hour to hour the hideous dream into which my existence is transformed. Dr. Macklin assured him that all he could do was to pray earnestly for him, and that so much he would do. Wait a minute. And that so much he would not fail to do. They parted with a hurried and melancholy valediction. Barton hastened to the carriage which awaited him at the door, drew the blinds, and drove away, while Dr. Macklin returned to his chamber to ruminate at leisure upon the strange interview which had just interrupted his studies. It was not to be expected that Captain Barton's changed and eccentric habits should long escape the remark and discussion. Various were the theories suggested to account for it. Some attributed the alteration to the presence of secret pecuniary embarrassments. Of secret pecuniary embarrassments. Others to a repugnance to fulfill an engagement into which he was presumed to have too precipitately entered. And others again to the purpose Gee, fucking what at the some mental disease. Which later indeed was the most plausible as well as the most generally received of the hypotheses circulated in the gossip of the day. God. All right, fucking relax on the words, all right? Let's just get through the story. Jesus balls. Fucking every god. You know what? I'm going to take something to drink. We're going to take a break for a moment. I'm going to clear my throat and probably break something. We'll be back in a minute. Well, as you can tell, we didn't scan ahead and change some of these words. But for the actual recording, oh, that will be done. So we are at this point just about halfway through. Yeah. So we will carry on here. All right. So that's where we left off. From the very commencement of this change, at first so gradual in its advances, Miss Montague had, of course, been aware of it. The intimacy involved in their peculiar relation, as well as the near interest which it inspired, afforded in her case alike opportunity and motive for the successful exercise of that keen and penetrating observation peculiar to her sex. His visits became at length so interrupted, and his manner, while they lasted, so abstracted, strange, and agitated, that Lady Rochdale, after hinting her anxiety and her suspicions more than once, at length distinctly stated her anxiety and pressed for an explanation. The explanation was given, and although its nature at first relieved the worst solicitudes of the old lady and her niece, yet the circumstances which attended it, and the really dreadful consequences which it obviously threatened as regarded the spirits, and indeed the reason, of now wretched man who made this strange declaration, were enough, upon a little reflection, to fill their minds with perturbation and alarm. Generally, Montague, the young lady's father, General Montague, the young lady's father, at length arrived. He had himself slightly known Barton some 10 or 12 years previously, and being aware of his fortune and connections, was disposed to regard him as an unexceptional, and indeed a most desirable match for his daughter. He laughed at the story of Barton's supernatural visitations, and lost not a moment in calling upon his intended son-in-law. "My dear Barton," he continued gaily after a little conversation, my sister tells me that you are victim to blue devils in quite a new and original shape. Barton changed countenance and sighed profoundly. Come now. I protest this will never do," continued the general. "You are more like a man on his way to the gallows than to the altar." These devils have made quite a saint of you." Barton made an effort to change the conversation. No, it won't do," said his visitor, laughing. "I am resolved to say out what I have to say about this magnificent mock mystery of yours. Come, you must not be angry, but really it is too bad to see you at your time of life absolutely frightened into good behavior like a naughty child by a bugaboo, and as far as I can learn, a very particularly contemptible one. Seriously, though, my dear Barton, I have been a good deal annoyed at what they tell me, but at the same time thoroughly convinced that there is nothing in the matter that may not be cleared up with just a little attention and management within a week at furthest. No, General, you do not know," he began. "Yes, but I do know quite enough to warrant my confidence," interrupted the soldier. "I know that all your annoyance proceeded from the occasional appearance of a certain little man in a cap and great coat, with a red vest and bad countenance, who follows you about and pops up near corners of lanes and throws you into an ague of fits. Now, my dear little fellow. Oh, yeah, it's not condescending. I'll make it my business to catch this mischievous little mountebank. Okay. And either beat him into a jelly with my own hands, or have him whipped through the town at the cart's tail. If you knew what I know, said Barton with gloomy agitation, you would speak very differently. Don't imagine that I am so weak and foolish as to assume without proof the most overwhelming conclusion to which I have been forced. The proofs are here, locked up, here. As he spoke, he tapped upon his breast, and with an anxious sigh continued to walk up and down the room. I know, I was going to say Booger Man, but whatever. Because that's the way Rooster says it. I ain't afraid of no Booger Man. Well, Barton, said his visitor. I'll wager a rump. I'll wager a rump, and a dozen I call her the ghost, and convince yourself before many days are over. He was running on in the same strain when he was suddenly arrested, and not a little shocked by observing Barton, who had approached the window, stagger and slowly look back. Oh, wait a minute, no. Approach the window, stagger slowly back, like one who had received a stunning blow, his arms feebly extended toward the street, his face and his very lips white as ashes, while he uttered, "There! There!" General Montague started mechanically to his feet, and from the window of the drawing room saw a figure corresponding as well as, his hurry would permit, with the description of the person whose appearance so constantly and dreadfully disturbed the repose of his friend. The figure was just turning from the rails of the area upon which it had been leaning, and without waiting to see more, the old gentleman snatched his cane and hat and rushed down the stairs and into the street, in the furious hope of securing the person and punishing him the audacity of... and punishing the audacity of the mysterious stranger. He looked around him, but in vain, for any trace of the form he had himself distinctly beheld. He ran breathlessly to the nearest corner, expecting to see from thence the retreating figure, but no such form was visible. Back and forward, from crossing to crossing, he ran at fault, and it was not until the curious gaze and laughing countenance of the passers-by that reminded him of the absurdity of his pursuit that he checked his hurried pace, lowered his walking cane from the menacing altitude which he had mechanically given it, adjusted his hat, and walked composedly back again, inwardly vexed and flurried. He found Barton pale and trembling in every joint. They both remained silent, though under emotions very different. At last, Barton whispered, "You saw it." "It? Him? Someone, you mean?" "Yes, to be sure I did," replied Montague testily. "But where's the good or harm of seeing him? The fellow runs like a lamplighter. I wanted to catch him, but he had stolen away before I could reach the hall door. However, it is no great matter. Next time, I dare to say, I will do better, and if I once come within reach of him, I will introduce his shoulders to the weight of my cane in a way to make him, cry, mercy." Notwithstanding General Montague's undertakings and exhortations, however, Barton continued to suffer from the self-same unexplained cause. Go how, when, or where he would, He was still constantly dogged or confronted by the hateful being who had established over him so dreadful a mysterious and influence. Nowhere, and at no time, was he secure against the odious appearance which haunted him, with which such diabolical... appearance which haunted him with such diabolical perseverance. His depression, misery, and excitement became more settled and alarming every day, and the mental agonies that ceaselessly preyed upon him began at last so sensibly to affect his general health that Lady Rochdale and General Montague succeeded, without indeed much difficulty, in persuading him to try a short tour on the continent in the hope that an entire exchange of scene would at all events have the effect of breaking through the influence of local association, which the more skeptical of his friends assumed to be by no means inoperative in suggesting and perpetuating what they conceived to be a mere form of nervous illusion. Good Lord, some punctuation, please! Just having to throw it in there myself. God. General Montague, however, was persuaded that the figure which haunted his intended son-in-law was by no means the creation of his own imagination, but on the contrary, a substantial form of flesh and blood, animated by a spiteful and obstinate resolution, perhaps with some murderous object in perspective, to watch and follow the unfortunate gentleman. Even his hypothesis was not a very pleasant one, yet it was painful that if Barton could once be convinced that there was nothing preternatural in the phenomena which he had hitherto regarded in that light, the affair would lose all its terror in his eyes, and wholly cease to exercise upon his health and spirits the baneful influence which it had hitherto done. He therefore reasoned that if the annoyance were actually escaped by the mere change of scene, it obviously could not have originated in any supernatural agency. Yielding to their persuasions, Barton left Dublin for England, accompanied by General Montague. They posted rapidly to London, and thence to Dover, whence they took the packet with a fair wind for Calais. The General's confidence in the result of the expedition on Barton's spirit had risen day by day since their departure from the shore of Ireland, for to the inexpressible relief and delight of the latter, he had not, since then, so much as even once fancied a repetition of those impressions which had, when at home, drawn him gradually down to the very abyss of horror and despair. This exemption from what he had begun to regard as the inevitable condition of his existence, and the sense of security which began to pervade his mind, were inexpressibly delightful, and in the exaltation of what he considered his deliverance, he indulged in 1,000 happy anticipations for a future into which, so lately, he had already dared to look. In short, both he and his companion secretly congratulated themselves upon the termination of the persecution which had been to its immediate victim a source of such unspeakable agony. It was a beautiful day, and a crowd of idlers stood upon the jetty to receive the packet and enjoy the bustle of the new arrivals. Montague walked a few paces in advance of his friend, and as he made his way through the crowd, a little man touched his arm and said to him in a broad provincial dialect, "Monsieur is walking too fast. He will lose his sick comrade in the throng, for, by my faith, the poor gentleman seems to be fainting." Montague turned quickly and observed that Barton did indeed look Deadly pale, he hastened to his side. "My poor fellow, are you ill?" he asked anxiously. The question was unheeded, and twice repeated, ere Barton stammered, "I saw him. I saw him." "Him? Him who? Where? When did you see him? Where is he?" cried Montague, looking around him. "I saw him, but he is gone," repeated Barton faintly. "But where? For God's sake, tell me," urged Montague vehemently. "It is but this moment. Here," said he. "But what did he look like? What did he have on? What did he wear? Quick!" urged his excited companion, ready to dart amongst the crowd and collar the delinquent on the spot. "He touched your arm. He spoke to you. He pointed to me. Oh, be merciful to me. There is no escape," said Barton in the low, subdued tones of intense despair. Montague had already bustled away, in all the flurry of the mingled hope and indignation. Though the singular personnel of the stranger who had accosted him was vividly and perfectly impressed upon his recollection, he failed to discover among the crowd even the slightest resemblance of him. After a fruitless search, in which he enlisted the service of several of the bystanders, who aided all the more zealously as they believed he had been robbed, he at length, out of breath and baffled, gave over the attempt. "No, my friend, it won't do," said Barton with the faint voice and bewildered, ghastly look of one who has been stunned by some mortal shock. "There is no use in contending with it. Whatever it is, the dreadful association between me and it is now established. I shall never escape. Never." "Nonsense, my dear fellow, don't talk so," said Montague with something at once of irritation and dismay. "You must not. Never mind. I say never mind. We'll jockey the scoundrel yet." It was, however, but lost labor to endeavor henceforward to inspire Barton with one ray of hope. He became utterly despondent. This intangible, and as it seemed utterly inadequate influence was fast destroying his energies of intellect, character, and health. His first object was now to return to Ireland, there, as he believed, and now almost hoped, speedily to die. To Ireland, accordingly, he came, and one of the first faces that he saw upon the shore was that again of his implacable and dreaded persecutor. Barton seemed at last to have lost not only all enjoyment and every hope in existence, but all independence of will besides. He now submitted himself passively to the management of the fiends most nearly interested in his welfare. With the apathy of entire despair, he implicitly assented to whatever measures they suggested and advised. And as a last resource, it was determined to remove him to a house of Lady Rochdale's in the neighborhood of Clontarf, I think. I don't know, somebody from Ireland can tell me. In the neighborhood of Clontarf, where, at the advice of his medical attendant, who persisted in his opinion that the whole rain of impressions resulted merely from some nervous derangement, it was resolved that he was to confine himself strictly to the house, and to make use only of those apartments which commanded a view of an enclosed yard, the gates of which were to be kept jealously locked. These precautions would at least secure him against the casual appearance of any living form which his excited imagination might possibly confound with the specter, as it was contended. His fancy recognized in every figure that bore even a distant or general resemblance to the traits with which he had first invested it. See, where'd I go? A month or 6 weeks. A month or 6 weeks. Absolute seclusion under these conditions, it was hoped, might, by interrupting these series of terrible impressions, gradually dispel the predisposition and apprehension, and effectually break up the association which had confirmed the supposed disease and rendered recovery hopeless. Hopeless. Cheerful society, in that of his friends, was to be constantly supplied, and on the whole, very sanguine expectations were indulged in, that under this treatment, the obstinate hypochondria of the patient might at length give way. So they bled him. Yeah, because bleeding someone out always works. Accompanied, therefore, by Lady Rochdale, General Montague and his daughter, his own affianced bride, poor Barton himself, never daring to cherish a hope of his ultimate emancipation from the strange horrors under which his life was literally wasting away, took possession of the apartments, whose situation protected him against the dreadful intrusions from which he shrank with such unutterable terror. After a little time, a steady persistence in this system began to manifest its results in a very marked, though gradual improvement, alike in the health and spirits of the invalid. Not, indeed, that anything at all approaching to complete recovery was yet discernible. On the contrary, to those who had not seen him since the commencement of his strange sufferings, such an alteration would have been apparent as might well have been... Wait a minute, what? Such an alteration would have been apparent as might well have shocked them. The improvement, however, such as it was welcomed with gratitude and delight, especially by the poor young lady, whom her attachment to him, as well as her now singularly painful position, consequent on his mysterious and protracted illness, rendered an object of pity scarcely 1 degree less than to be commensurate than himself. A week passed, a fortnight, a month, and yet no recurrence of the hated visitation had agitated and terrified him as before. The treatment had, so far, been followed by complete success. The chain of association had been broken. The constant pressure upon the overtasked spirits had been removed, and under these comparatively favorable circumstances, the sense of social community, the world about him, and something of human interest, if not of enjoyment, began to reanimate his mind. It was about this time that Lady Rochdale, who, like most old ladies of the day, was deep in family recipes. Wait a minute, what? Oh, receipts, sorry. Was deep in family receipts, and a great pretender to medical science. She was baking herself. Recipes. Oh my God. I'm glad we're almost done. I'm getting loopy. All right. Fucking jeez. All right. She was employing herself into a pie with the family recipes. All right. Moron. All right. So in family receipts, and a great pretender to medical science, being engaged in the concoction of certain unpalatable mixtures of malevolent, marvelous virtue, dispatched her own maid to the kitchen garden with a list of herbs which were there to be carefully culled and brought back to her for the purpose stated.
I like some basil and some thyme.
The handmaiden, however, returned with her task scarce half completed, and a good deal flurried and alarmed. Her mode of accounting for her precipitate retreat and evident agitation was odd, and to the old lady, unpleasantly startling. It appeared that she had repaired to the kitchen garden, pursuant to her mistress's directions, and had there began to make the specified selection among the rank and neglected herbs which crowded one corner of the enclosure. And while engaged in this pleasant labor, she carelessly sang a fragment of an old song, as she said, to keep herself company. She was, however, interrupted by a sort of mocking echo of the air as she was singing, and looking up, she saw through the old thorn hedge which surrounded the garden a singularly ill-looking little man whose countenance bore the stamp of menace and malignity, standing close to her at the other side of the hawthorn. She described herself as utterly unable to move or speak while she charged her with a message. Wait a minute. Did that just skip to somebody else? She described herself as utterly unable to move or speak, while he charged her with a message for Captain Barton, the substance of which she distinctly remembered to have been to the effect that he, Captain Barton, must come abroad as usual and show himself to his friends out of doors, or else prepare for a visit in his own chamber. On concluding this brief message, the stranger, with a threatening air, got down into the outer ditch, and seizing the hawthorn stems in his hands, seemed on the point of climbing through the fence, a feat which might have been accomplished without much difficulty. Without, of course, awaiting this result, the girl, throwing down her treasures of thyme and rosemary, I wasn't far off, had turned and run with the swiftness of terror to the house. Lady Rochdale commanded her, on pain of instant dismissal, to observe an absolute silence respecting all that the portion of the incident which related to Captain Barton, and at the same time directed instant search to be made by her men in the garden and fields adjacent. This measure, however, was attended with the usual unsuccess, and filled with fearful and indefinable misgivings. Lady Rochdale, communicated the incident to her brother. The story, however, until long afterwards, went no further, and of course it was jealously guarded by Barton. Jealously guarded from Barton, who continued to mend, though slowly and imperfectly. Barton now began to walk occasionally in the courtyard, which we have mentioned, and which, being surrounded by a high wall, commanded no view beyond its own extent. Here he, therefore, considered himself perfectly secure, and but for a careless violation of orders by one of the grooms, he might have enjoyed at least for some time longer his much-prized immunity. Opening upon the public road, this yard was entered by a wooden gate with a wicket in it, which was further defended by an iron gate upon the outside. Strict orders had been given to keep them carefully locked, but in spite of these, it had happened that one day, as Barton was slowly pacing his narrow enclosure in his accustomed walk, and reaching the further extremity, was turning to retrace his steps. He saw the boarded wicket ajar and the face of his tormentor immovably looking at him through the iron bars. For a few seconds he stood riveted to the earth, breathless and bloodless in the fascination of the dreaded gaze, and then fell helplessly upon the pavement. There he was found a few minutes afterwards and conveyed to his room, the apartment which he was never afterwards to leave alive. Henceforward, a marked and unaccountable change was observed in the tone of his mind. Captain Barton was now no longer the excited and despairing man he had been before. A strange alteration had passed upon him. An unearthly tranquility reigned in his mind. It was the anticipated stillness of the grave. Montague, my friend, the struggle is nearly ended now, he said tranquilly, but with a look of fixed and fearful awe. I have at last some comfort in that world of spirits from which my punishment has come. I know now that my suffering will soon be over. Montague pressed him to speak. Yes, said he in a softened voice. My punishment is nearly ended. From sorrow, perhaps, I shall never in time or eternity escape. But my agony is almost over. Comfort has been revealed to me, and what remains of my allotted struggle I will bear with submission, even with hope. I am glad to hear you speak so tranquilly, my dear fellow, said Montague. Peace and cheerfulness of mind are all you need to make what you once were. No, I can never be that, he said mournfully. I am no longer fit for life. I am soon to die. I do not shrink from death as I did. I am to see him, but once again, and then all is ended. So then, suggested Montague. No. Good tidings could scarcely come through him. And these were good and welcome, and they came so solemnly and sweetly, with unutterable love and melancholy, such as I could not, without saying more than is needful for fitting of others, long past scenes and persons, fully explain to you. As Barton said this, he shed tears. Come on now, said Montague, mistaking the source of his emotions. You must not give way. What is it, after all, but a pack of dreams and nonsense, or at worst the practice of a scheming rascal that enjoys his power of playing upon your nerves, and loves to exert it? A sneaking vagabond that owes you a grudge, and it pays him off in this way, not daring to try a more manly one. A grudge indeed. A grudge he owes me, you say rightly, said Barton with a sullen shudder. A grudge, as you call it. Oh, God. When the justice of heaven permits the evil one to carry out a scheme of vengeance. When its execution is committed to the lost and frightful victim of sin, who owes his own ruin to the man, the very man whom he is commissioned to pursue, then indeed the torments and terrors of hell are anticipated on earth. But heaven has dealt mercifully with me. Hope has opened me at last, and if death could come without the dreadful sight I am doomed to see, I would gladly close my eyes in this moment upon the world. But though death is welcome, I shrink with agony you cannot understand. A maddening agony and actual frenzy of terror. The last encounter with that demon who has drawn me thus to the vengeance of the chasm, who is himself to plunge me down. I am to see him again once more, but under circumstances unutterably more terrific than ever. As Barton spoke, excuse me, as Barton spoke thus, he trembled so violently that Montague was really alarmed at the extremity of his sudden agitation and hastened to lead him back to the topic which he had before seemed so to back to the topic which had before seemed to exert so tranquilizing an effect upon his mind. It was not a dream, he said after a time. I was in a different state. I felt differently and strangely, and yet it was all as real, as clear and vivid as what I now see and hear. It was reality. And what did you hear and see? Urged his companion. When I awakened from the swoon, I fell into a seeing him, said Barton, continuing, as if he had not heard the question. It was slowly, very slowly. I was reclining by the margin of a broad lake, surrounded by misty hills, and a soft, melancholy rose-colored light illuminated it all. It was indescribably sad and lonely, and yet more beautiful than any earthly scene. My head was leaning on the lap of a girl. She was singing a strange and wondrous song that told, I know not how, whether by words or harmony, of all my life, all that is past, and all that is still to come. The song, the old feeling that I thought had perished, it within me came back, and tears flowed from my eyes, partly from the song and its mysterious beauty, partly for the unearthly sweetness of her voice. And I know the voice. Oh, how well I know it. And I was spellbound as I listened and looked at the strange and solitary scene, without stirring, almost without breathing, and alas, without turning my eyes toward the face that I knew was near me. So sweetly powerful was the enchantment that held me, and so sweetly and softly the song and scene grew fainter and fainter to my sense, till all was dark and still again. And then I awakened to this world, as you saw, comforted, for I knew that I was forgiven much. Barton wept again, long and bitterly. From this time, as we have said, the prevailing of his tone of mind was one of profound and tranquil melancholy. This, however, was not without its interruptions. He was thoroughly impressed with the conviction that he was to experience another and final visitation, illimitably transcending in horror all that he had before experienced. From this anticipated and unknown agony, he often shrunk in such paroxysms of abject terror and distraction as filled the whole household with dismay and superstitious panic. Even those among whom had affected, Even those among them who affected to discredit this supposition of preternatural agency in the matter were often in their secret souls visited during the darkness and solitude of night with qualms and apprehensions which they would not have readily confessed, and none of them attempted to dissuade Barton from the resolution on which he now systematically acted, of shutting himself up in his own apartment. The window blinds of this room were kept jealously drawn, and his own man was seldom out of his presence, day or night, his bed being placed in the same chamber. This man was an attached and respectable servant, and his duties, in addition to those ordinarily imposed upon valets, but which Barton's independent habits generally dispensed with, were to attend carefully to the simple precautions by means of which his master hoped to exclude the dreaded intrusion of the watcher. As a strange letter he had at first received had designated his persecutor. And in addition to attending to these arrangements, which consisted merely in anticipating the possibility of his master's being, through any unscreened window or open door, exposed to the dreaded influence, the valet was never to suffer him to be for one moment alone. Total solitude, even for a minute, had become to him now almost as intolerable as the idea of going abroad into the public ways. It was an instinctive anticipation of what was coming. It is needless to say that under these mysterious and horrible circumstances, no steps were taken toward the fulfillment of that engagement into which he had entered. There was quite disparity enough in point of years, and indeed of habits, between the young lady and Captain Barton to have precluded anything like very vehement or romantic attachment on her part. Though grieved and anxious, therefore, she was very far from being heartbroken, a circumstance for which the sentimental purposes of our tale is much to be deplored. But truth must be told, especially in a narrative whose chief, if not only pretensions to interest consist in a rigid adherence to facts, or what are so reported to have been. Miss Montague, nevertheless, devoted much of her time to a patient but fruitless attempt to cheer the unhappy invalid. She read for him and conversed with him, but it was apparent that whatever exertions he made, the endeavor to escape from the one constant and ever-present fear that preyed upon him was utterly and miserably unavailing. Excuse me. Young ladies, as all the world knows, are much given to the cultivation of pets, and among those who shared the favor of Miss Montague was a fine old owl, which the gardener, who caught him up napping among the ivy of a ruined stable, had dutifully presented to the young lady. The caprice which regulates such preferences was manifested in the extravagant favor with which this grim and ill-favored bird was at once distinguished by its mistress. And trifling as this whimsical circumstance may seem, I am forced to mention it, inasmuch as it is connected, oddly enough, with the concluding scene of the story. Barton, so far from sharing in this liking for new favorites, regarded it from the first with an antipathy as violent as it was utterly uncountable. Its very vicinity was insupportable to him. He seemed to hate and dread it with a vehemence absolutely laughable, and to those who have never witnessed the exhibition of antipathies of this kind, his dread would seem all but incredible. With these few words of preliminary explanation, I shall proceed to state the particulars of the last scene in this strange series of incidents. It was almost 2 o'clock one winter's night, and Barton was, as usual, at that hour, in his bed. Oh, hi, Scully. Thanks for stopping by. I just saw that pop up. The servant we have mentioned occupied a smaller bed in the same room, and a candle was burning. The man was on a sudden aroused by his master, who said, "I can't get out of my head. That accursed bird has escaped somehow, and is lurking in some corner of the room. I have been dreaming of him. Get up, Smith, and look about. Search for him. Such hateful dreams." The servant rose and examined the chamber, and while engaged in doing so, he heard the well-known sound, more like a long-drawn gasp than a hiss, with which these birds from their secret haunts affright the quiet of the night. The ghostly indication of its proximity, for the sound proceeded from the passage upon which Barton's chamber door opened, determined the search of the servant, who, opening the door, proceeded a step or two forward for the purpose of driving the bird away. He had, however, hardly entered the lobby when the door behind him slowly swung to under the impulse, as it seemed, of some gentle current of air. But as immediately over the door there was a kind of window, intended in the daytime to aid in lighting the passage, and through which the rays of the candle were then issuing, the valet could see quite enough for his own purpose. As he advanced, he heard his master, who, lying in a well-curtained bed and not, as it seemed, perceived his exit from the room, called him by name, and directed him to place the candle on the table by his bed. The servant, who was now some way in the long passage, did not like to raise his voice for the purpose of replying, lest he should startle the sleeping inmates of the house. He began to walk hurriedly and softly back again, when to his amazement he heard a voice in the interior of the chamber answering calmly, and the man actually saw, through the window which overtopped the door, that the light was slowly shifting, as if carried across the chamber in answer to his master's call. Palsied by a feeling akin to terror, yet not unmingled with a horrible curiosity, he stood breathless and listening at the threshold, unable to summon resolution to push open the door and enter. Then came a rustling of the curtains, and a sound like that of one who in a low voice hushes a child to rest, in the midst of which he heard Barton say in a tone of stifled horror, "Oh my God," and repeated the same exclamation several times. Then ensued a silence, which again was broken by the same strange, soothing sound, and at last there burst forward in one swelling peal a yell of agony so appalling and hideous that under some impulse of ungovernable horror the man rushed into the room and with his whole strength strove to force it open. Whether it was that, in his agitation, he himself but imperfectly turned the handle, or that the door was really secure upon the inside, he failed to effect an entrance, and as he tugged and pushed, yell after yell rang louder and wilder through the chamber, accompanied all the while by the same hushing sounds. Actually freezing with terror, and scarce knowing what he did, the man turned and ran down the passage, wringing his hands in the extremity of horror and irresolution. At the stair, what stair? Okay, never mind. At the stair head, he was encountered by General Montague, scared and eager, and just as they met, the fearful sound had ceased, What is it? Who? Where is your master? Said Montague with an incoherence of extreme agitation. Has anything, for God's sake, is anything wrong? Lord have mercy on us all, it's over, said the man, staring wildly toward his master's chamber. He's dead, sir. I'm sure he's dead. Without waiting for inquiry or explanation, Montague, closely followed by the servant, hurried to the chamber door, turned the handle, and pushed it open. As the door yielded to his pressure, the ill-omened bird of which the servant had been in search, uttering his spectral warning, started suddenly from the far side of the bed, and flying through the doorway, close over their heads, and extinguishing in its passages the candle which Montague carried, crashed through the skylight that overlooked the lobby, and sailed away into the darkness of the outer space. There it is, whispered the man after a breathless pause. Curse that bird, muttered the general, startled by the suddenness of the apparition and unable to conceal his discomposure. The candle was moved, said the man after another breathless pause. See, they put it by the bed. Draw the curtain, fellow, and don't stand gaping there, whispered Montague sternly. The man hesitated. Hold this, then, said Montague impatiently, thrusting the candlestick into the servant's hand, and himself advancing to the bedside. He drew the curtain apart. The light of the candle, which was still burning at the bedside, fell upon a figure, huddled together, and half upright, at the head of the bed. It seemed as though it had shrunk back as far as a solid paneling would allow, and the hands were still clutched in the bedclothes. Barton! Cried the general with a strange mixture of awe and vehemence. He took the handle and held it so that it shone full upon the face. The features were fixed, stern, and white. The jaw was fallen, and the sightless eyes, still open, gazed vacantly forward toward the front of the bed. God Almighty! He is dead, muttered the general as he looked upon the fearful spectacle. They both continued to gaze upon it in silence for a minute or more. And cold, too, said Montague, withdrawing his hand from that of the dead man. And see, may I ever have life, sir, added the man after another pause with a shudder. But there was something else on the bed with him. Look there, look! As the man thus spoke, he pointed to a deep indenture as if caused by a heavy presence near the foot of the bed. Montague was silent. Come away, sir, whispered the man, drawing close up to him and holding fast by his arm while he glanced fearfully around. What good can be done here now? Come away, for God's sake. At that moment, what the hell was that? At this moment, they heard the steps of more than one approaching, and Montague, hastily desiring the servant to arrest their progress, endeavored to loose the grip of which the fingers of the dead man were clutched in the bedclothes, and drew, as well as he was able, the awful figure into a reclining posture. Then, closing the curtains carefully upon it, he hastened himself to meet those who were approaching. It is needless to follow the personages so slightly connected with this narrative into the events of their afterlives. It is enough for us to remark that no clue to the solution of these mysterious occurrences was ever afterwards discovered, and so long an interval having now passed, it is scarcely to be expected that time can throw any new light upon their inexplicable obscurity. Until the secrets of the earth shall be no longer hidden, these transactions must remain shrouded in mystery. The only occurrence in Captain Borton's former life, to which reference was ever made, as having any possible connection with that suffering with which his existence closed, and which he himself seemed to regard as working out a retribution for some grievous sin of his past life, was a circumstance which, not for several years after his death, was brought to light. The nature of this disclosure was painful to his relatives and discreditable to his memory. It appeared then that some 8 years before Captain Barton's final return to Dublin, he had formed in the town of Plymouth a guilty attachment, the object of which was the daughter of one of the ship's crew under his command. The father had visited the frailty of his unhappy child with extreme harshness and even brutality, and it was said that she had died heartbroken. Presuming upon Barton's implications in her guilt, this man had conducted himself towards him with marked insolence, and Barton resented this. And Barton resented this, and what he resented with still more exasperated bitterness in his treatment of the unfortunate girl by a systematic exercise of those terrible and arbitrary severities with which the regulations of the Navy arm those who are responsible for its discipline. The man had at length made his escape while the vessel was in port at Lisbon, but died, as it is said, in a hospital in the town of the wounds inflicted in one of his recent and sanguinary punishments. Ugh. These circumstances in reality bear, or not, upon the occurrences of Barton's afterlife. It is, of course, impossible to say. It seems, however, more than probable that they were, at least in his own mind, closely associated with them. But however the truth may be as to the origin and motives of these mysterious persecutions, there can be no doubt that respect to the agencies by which it was accomplished, absolute and impenetrable mystery is like to prevail until the day of gloom. The end. Friggin' finally! Well, I hope you enjoyed it. Good Lord. Oh my God. That was... Yeah. Would be. Unnecessarily loquacious. Whatever. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I am going to take this time to thank all of you. I hope that you had a good Halloween. And thank you for taking the time to be here and listening to the stories. I hope you enjoyed it. And of course, as always, you can always go back and listen to them again. When some of these will be sent to a regular recording for release, I'm not quite sure. But we'll wait and see. So anyway. Good. Well, thank you. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you, everybody. So, yeah. I will see you all later. Have a good night. Thank you, D. Robertson. And I will give you the intro out, as usual. And we'll see you later. Have a good night. Where am I? Ugh.
Oh, the Yamaha rider, bold and free, chasing Elmo with a stun gun sea, laughing loud through the stormy sea. My crazy friend, you'll always be. Yamaha rider, bold and free, chasing Elmo with a stun gun sea, laughing loud through the stormy sea. My crazy friend, you'll always be. Roaring engines on a moonlit night, dodging danger, hearts alight. From the shore to the stars, our flight with my biker friend in sight. Crazy Yamaha rider, saying stupid things with laughter in the air as our voices sing. All the tales we'll tell and the joy it brings, my friend, forever on freedom's wings. Through the waves and the wild we roam, this Yamaha biker finds a home, telling tales with a joyful moan, stupid shit and laugh alone. From sunrise bright to twilight's end, forever riding with my friend. Through the storms, our hearts they'll mend, together on this path we wend. Crazy Yamaha